Good evening, everyone. I'm calling the regular town council meeting to order on December 9th at 5 p.m. So we've got the agenda in front of us. Are there any additions or deletions?
Yes, I do have an addition, if I may, your worship, to closed session. I'd like to go under section 24, advice from officials.
Thank you. Okay. Would someone like to move that council adopt the agenda of December 9th, 2024, regular council meeting as amended? Mr. Good, so moves. All those in favor? It is carried. Thank you. We have the minutes of our November 25th regular council meeting. Anybody notice any edits that should happen to those minutes? Perhaps someone would put forth motion on the matter.
Will the council adopt the minutes of the November 25th, 2024 regular council meeting as presented?
Thank you. All those in favor? It is carried. Thank you. We don't have any public hearings today, but we do have a presentation. So I'll invite Ms. Penny Steffen to come forward and turn on the mic so it's red. And she'll talk to us about the Peace Regional SPCA.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation to come and speak about the Peace Regional SPCA. Of course, we are in some exciting times that we are looking towards building our new facility, which is much long overdue. So I wanted to just bring you a presentation in regards to some of the statistics, some of the things that we've been seeing at the SPCA, to discuss a little bit about the upcoming building project and just some of the things that we are dealing with at this time. So just looking at stats and the need for the SPCA, unfortunately, we are seeing an increase. The 2024 number really is just until the end of November. So you'll see that we've almost doubled the number of animals that we've taken in since 2023. 2023, of course, was a bit of an anomaly as we were moving and we had some staff changeover. But if you see, we're kind of heading back into the same trend as we did in 2014, where we see some of the dips over the last few years. We've seen other rescues open up in the area. So we will see our numbers kind of fluctuate. So we will see 2024, I think, will be a year that we've probably seen like that we haven't seen in a number of years. So this is just year over year, how we see like dogs and cats. So blue being how many dogs we take in, cats is red, and then our total number. So you'd see in 2023, we took under just 300 animals. And now we're already at 523 for 2024. So it's been a very busy year. I'm sure if anyone follows our social media, you have seen that we've said we're over capacity, we have no more room. We are stuffed. We have almost over 80 cats and we are filled with dogs, and we probably have each kennel has like doubled up dogs, which we don't like to do. So yeah, our facility definitely is overflowing. So this is the animals that we adopt out. I'll touch a little bit later about some of our policies, especially when it comes to euthanasia. But you will see that, a lot of our animals do go out the door. We are very happy with the amount of adoptions. Right now, everyone knows kind of things are a little bit tight, and we've seen an increase in the amount of animals that have been dropped off at our door. And we've also seen a decrease in the amount of animals that have actually went out the door. So this is just to give you an idea about our cost scenarios and what we look at for expenses. So we talk about the cost of care when we look at the shelter. So this is just a very rough math equation that I did with our annual expenses divided by the number of animals that we've seen. So we roughly put in about $330 into each animal. And that looks at our staffing, veterinary costs, utilities. Right now, we're paying rent because we've left the old facility, so we're paying over $4,000 a month right now rent, which has been a big hit to us. Insurance, office expenses, vehicle expenses, just everything from like laundry, food costs. I will make a note that we are very grateful. We have a very generous community. We've asked a few times that, we've run out of kitten food or we've run out of laundry soap, and we put a call out to the community, and we do live in a very generous area, and we are very appreciative that when we do put out that call that we do see, an increase in donations. And we do have costs. We do have the animal control phone. And I'm thinking everyone on council knows that we do the animal control for the town of Peace River. So we have a staff member on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We receive anywhere, I would say, between 30 and 70 calls a month, depending on the time of year. In the summer, of course, we see a lot more in that they are dog running down the street. So we see a lot of increases kind of over the summer. The ones that we see in the winter are the ones that are dire, when they're like, you know what, there's a dog, it's 35 below, its feet are freezing, it's running downtown. So those are the ones. So we do have a staff member. Each week we try to rotate them through. We pay them on-call fee. Just some of the staff were, a little bit disappointed in the sense that they took the phone home all the time and there was no compensation. So in the last year, we've put an on-call fee so that they actually get a little bit of a incentive, I guess, to be on call, and then they actually get a call out fee as well. Most of the times, especially the ones in the evening, they're not running to the shelter to go get the van to go do a call, so they're using their personal vehicles. So we have instated like an on-call fee. So this is some of the stuff like our donations and where our money goes to, veterinary fees. And I think that this is no news to anybody. Veterinary costs have increased for everybody. Veterinary clinics are at an all-time max in how busy they are. They're short-staffed. So our veterinary fees as well have went up. We do get a discount rate for most vet clinics, and we try to have partner vet clinics from one end of the province to the other, as well into BC, just because we are seeing a lot of adoptions going into like BC and stuff as well. So we try to have some clinics where we can get that discount. We don't always get it. We just got a bill from a clinic in Vancouver. So you don't always have those options, but we are very grateful for the clinics in our immediate area that do give us a generous discount. So we employ about 2 to 3 full-time staff members, about 3 part-time staff members, as well as a couple casual. And then of course, utilities, we have power, gas, water, and garbage. So this is just kind of interesting information, I guess, to show. Unfortunately, I don't have the 2023 data or the 2024. Just in the past, when we look at the number of animals that we intake from each area, of course, the town, which makes obvious sense, is the biggest contributor to animals in because of the animal control contract. Next would be Northern Sunrise. We see quite a few animals coming in from. So I don't think there's anything too surprising about this. I do, want to say that we do appreciate the animal control contract. I don't think the SPCA could survive if we weren't offering that service to the town of Peace River. Just something too that I think in the future we'll have to look at renegotiating, because I think it's been a while since we've actually sat down and went over the contract and maybe even signed one. So this is just information, how long animals stay with us. Our average length of stay for a dog is about 2 to 6 weeks. Average length of stay for a cat is 3 to 6, but it is kind of all over the map right now. We had our longest resident of a cat, and it had stayed over 750 days with us. So I know if you follow some of our social media and stuff, you'll see sometimes we'll say that we're a no-kill shelter. This is kind of a term that was kind of geared in the 80s. The adoption numbers weren't very good going into shelters. So some shelters have kind of coined themselves as a no-kill shelter. And that just means that all healthy and adoptable animals would be put up for adoption. So they would not be euthanized. And they seen as a result, by saying you're a no-kill shelter, that the adoption numbers actually increased. So I am proud to say that our euthanasia rate is very good. It is only 6.7%. So in order to have no kill status, the animal shelter has to have a live release rate of about 90%. And we're at 93 as of last year. So I would say the majority of our animals, the only reason why we would ever euthanize, it never comes down to space, and it would be for behavioral issues or a severe medical issue. So some of the things that have happened in 2023 and 2024, because of our new facility, we implemented some new cleaning protocols. We had a new employee package that was created and implemented. The staff received some training on shelter medicine basics, cleaning and disinfecting, and just about animal shelters in general. We sold out our cash calendar fundraiser. Christmas at the shelter has become quite a thing over the last 10 years. In 2014, we started off with about 4 people giving up their Christmas day to come and work at the SPCA so that we could give the staff the day off on Christmas. Last year, between Christmas Eve afternoon, Christmas Day, and Boxing Day, we had about 30 volunteers come into the shelter and spend Christmas at the SPCA. So it's really kind of become a thing, and it's wonderful because there's even families. I always think that, wow, that's pretty tough for a kid to come in on Christmas morning and scoop litter boxes, but they do. So it's been kind of a great phenomenon, I guess, like for the SPCA. Our online auctions, they have been very successful. We've introduced pet pantry bins in Grimshaw as well as Peace River at Co-op. Our summer reading program was very well attended. We've had probably about 36 kids come through the program. Some days all 36 were there during the week, so it was quite busy. And then some of the schools have asked us if we would be able to offer that to their classes, that they would actually come on a field trip and read to the animals at the shelter. And then we do have a new manager as well. So as I said earlier, 2024 has been difficult. We are over capacity. There's an increase in emergency surrenders or intakes, either due to a lack of money, people are moving, the lack of funds for everyday pet care, separation, divorce, allergies. We hear it all at the shelter. So we've had, this year has been, I think, a record number of animals just dropped off at the front door. We've had just carriers dropped off of cats. There's been dogs kind of put out in the back kennels. People say they found an animal, but we know it's theirs, or, you know, we've seen a lot of different things. We do offer, for anyone that doesn't know, we do talk to the food bank and let them know that we do have money, like food available, that if someone is kind of like, I don't think I can afford to feed my dog, I can't feed my kids, we're willing to help them. So we haven't officially tagged it that we have a pet food bank, but we are there as a resource if someone does need it, if they're in dire need of food. You know, we're more than happy to help. And like I said, knowing that the donations, sometimes we can't fit one more animal in, so we would rather be able to help them in that sense and provide a bag of dog food or cat food if it came down to keeping their animal or surrendering it to us. This little dog, he just reminds me, so this was a dog that we had a phone call about. Someone had said that they couldn't afford the vet care. They told us kind of what was going on. We asked them to make an appointment at the vet clinic. About a week later, we found him abandoned, and he was just running up and down the street. He was actually an animal control call. This dog couldn't walk. He was dragging his back end. He had worn out his legs on the back from dragging them. And this is just some of the stuff that we don't see, that we don't really advertise that we do, but you know, it was an after hours call, and then a call to the vet clinic and stuff that we had to have this dog looked at, and in the end, we did have to euthanize him. But these are some of the more severe things that we're seeing this year than we've really never seen before. So the exciting part, I guess, is the new building. So where we're at. So I've completed the second draft changes with our designer. All the one call tickets, the geotech, all of that stuff is done. We've started our capital fundraising campaign. We did apply for the CFIP grant, but we were not successful because they said we were not shovel ready enough. So I will tweak that grant I'd like for next year and hopefully get some funding. And then what I wanted to touch with council tonight was a little bit about the demolition notice that we submitted and the demolition contract. So the demolition process and dealing not just with the town, but also with ATCO, was difficult. I found it to be very painstaking. It has taken me almost 6 months from start to finish to get the demolition notice signed. So knowing it's not our building, that it's still the town's building and we wanted to move this forward, I just wanted to let you know that, this process isn't easy. It was very difficult to be able to track down signatures, to get people to, disconnect the services. I think like my first kind of emails started in May, and, like for disconnections, it was like July, and then it was August, and it was by November that I finally had it finished and it's submitted now. For someone who travels a lot for work, even just being able to have an email from like ATCO or, an email from a town employee that I could just attach to that demolition notice to be able to submit it via email. It was difficult. It was not a process that I ever want to go through. It definitely delayed us. I would say, and we too right now we're dealing with ATCO Electric in order to move that line. And I know that you'll see a letter from us later. Getting that quote and working with ATCO Electric has been painful as well. The engineers that I was dealing with disappeared. They happened to be summer students. So then all of this stuff got lost. So it has been a process, but I think our board is very dedicated. We want to see this project through. So we don't want to throw in the towel, but we definitely just wanted to let you know that, this process was difficult. It was, I think I've said in the past, it was a little bit ridiculous, I felt, having to jump through the hoops that I did in order to actually get a signature for something to be disconnected. And whether I got lost, in the summer vortex or whatever, it should be business as usual, but it was a painful process. So I am happy. I would say I met with some of the administrators a couple weeks ago. I think we're all on the same page now that we want to see this through. But, making this process more black and white and more user-friendly would probably help in the development process. And like I said, it definitely was a sore point for us as a board, and a sore point for me having to drive around and chase people and having to make, phone call after phone call, trying to get things disconnected or signed or, it was a very, very hard process. So with things that have happened so far, we did the asbestos removal, the design costs, the power line move, the demolition itself. There's been some costs for disconnections that we weren't expecting. And then just roughly looking at just this, because we're 6 months behind, and then what it has cost. So it's cost us about $193,000 when we look at putting the demolition and the power line move in. So it's been a bit of a process, and I hope that you will consider, helping us out. I know you guys have been very generous with the land donation. But it was the processes in order to actually get this completed has been, longer than what I had expected. So to talk a little bit about our building campaign, we have started our campaign. We've had some very generous donations come in already. And we will be, hitting the pavement a lot harder kind of coming in the new year and hopefully trying some different platforms. We've handed out packages, but then everyone kind of sees that nothing's being done. Like I said, I get beat up on a regular basis walking down the street. People are wondering, what's going on? How come you haven't built? And it's like I said, the process hasn't been easy, but like I said, our board is very dedicated to seeing this through. So we will make sure that there is a new SPCA. So some of the things that we're looking at the new shelter, we're looking right now, it's 5,300 square feet. We're probably going to try to decrease that a little bit just for cost wise. What we have really planned is to make this a community place. We don't want it to just be, it's the SPCA, it's the animal shelter. We get a lot of, children that come and donate their birthday presents to the animals, or they come and do, the reading program or something. But we really want to make this a place that is friendly to the community, that they would actually be able to utilize our boardroom, that they'd be able to come in and do more with the animals. We know in the old shelter, it wasn't all that friendly to have too many people in there. You know, even the facility that we're at right now, you know, it's fairly squishy, but we want to be able to have a place where it's beneficial for the animals as well as for the people. So this is what our design looks like. So very simple. The bigger windows kind of on the one side are the cat rooms, and then the taller ones are where the dogs will be. And when we did make the request for the land donation, we did say that we were going to make it more friendly for our neighbors and cut back the barking. So the power line is actually something that's hindering us right now to make this, for us to have the less barking and not upset our neighbors. In that if the power line, in order to move it, it would allow us to have this building run across the two lots and be able to be moved closer to the street. And then what I had said that when we originally chatted was that those dog runs were going to be at the back, so that if a car pulling up, they wouldn't be barking all the time. Whereas at the old shelter, they drive through the dogs and the dogs start barking, they get all excited. So if we can't move that power line, we would be looking at turning the building the same way as the shelter now, and then we're exposing the dog runs again. So that's just something that we're working very hard to try and make sure that we do fit back into our neighborhood and not upset our neighbors. So this is just part of it, where the green spaces behind the building is where the outdoor dog runs will go. This is just some, if you notice our old lean-to, this would kind of be the same idea. The other thing that we've brought into this shelter is every once in a while we get an aggressive dog, and it's very difficult if you don't have some sort of space that you can move that dog in to clean, you know, if they're moving into the back space or other space. So we do have a couple of those indoor-outdoor runs where we can actually block it off, put the dog into the back, clean the front, move the dog into front, and then clean the back. We've had a few dogs that have been very aggressive that, you know, it's hard on the staff. It's hard to have a dog like that even in the shelter, because they seem to wreak havoc with the other dogs. And it seems like when there's one that's upset, then they're all upset. So that's something that we are working on. So next steps, I believe December 11th is the big day that our appeal process and the development permit is set for, that we will actually be able to start demolition. We're going to complete our blueprints with design 3, and then we were going to put up our RFP for construction, and then just finalize kind of all our funding and fundraising. I think that is all. Is there any questions?
Well, Councillor Shannon, what's your overall budget?
So when I've done everything, and like I said, this is I want to make this building sustainable for the next 40 years. We've been here for 40 years. We want to be here for another 40. We sit at about 1.8 million. And that's like putting in new kennels. Like right now, all of our cat kennels that we have are not up to standard. And the last few years after COVID, cat kennels are crazy expensive. So for 6 of them, you're looking at about like 10 grand. So the costs have significantly went up, and not that we're going to be able to meet standard with everything, but there's a lot of our equipment right now, like say our cat kennels, that are really just holding on. Like,
and where does your funding come from then? If you're just like.
Like the town, we get our animal control money, but it's all donations. Like everything is public, like is donations is where the majority of our money. We've applied for some grants. I'm waiting to hear back about some grants, but the most of it is all fundraising and donations.
So what's your operating budget then?
So right now, if I take out we sit at about 170,000 a year is what it costs us between staffing, vet costs, rent, which we only paid a part of a year of rent. So this will be a full year in 2024 that we've been paying rent now. And it's just over $4,000 a month is what we're paying.
See, that's a lot of money coming in for donations. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we do run at a deficit every year. And like I said, I think everyone is aware that we did receive an inheritance. So we have had to use a little bit of like the interest off of that because we have it invested into GICs and investments. So we've had to use that, you know, that money kind of to help us out. But like I said, we're very fortunate that, you know, we do live in a very generous community.
Are your donations deductible for charity reasons?
Yes, yeah, so we have charitable status with CRA, so we are able to write tax receipts as well. And we always encourage anyone that comes, like, a lot of people will bring, like, you know, say if they buy 3 bags of cat food, just to make sure they bring in their receipt. And then we have to actually attach that, because when we get audited, they want to see it. But we do try to put notices on our social media to say, you know, bring in your stuff so we can write you a tax receipt. It costs us nothing to write a tax receipt, so.
Counselors, questions? About how many staff do you employ then?
So right now I have 8. Yeah, so, and I would say we have 2 that are full-time, which we say is about 4 days a week. And then I have the rest are like part-time to casual.
Yeah. So you mentioned that in February or so, you would start with your capital funding.
Yeah.
Program, I guess. How much money do you hope to raise through that?
So right now what our goal is, so the way we've set out our capital campaign is we're really trying to get people to sponsor the rooms right now, which is about a $10,000 one. So right now we've got half of them kind of sold. But yeah, we would really like to raise at least another couple $100,000. And like I said, we have enough money to build the shell. Right, the outside of that facility, it's what I always say is the guts, or the inside of it is what's going to take kind of more of the legwork.
Wow, long project.
It is.
Counselors, any further questions? So I know the town pays, I don't know, 3,700 or so a month for the contract to do the animal control sort of thing. So that's from the town. I don't know, do you get money from the other municipalities around to help the cause?
So we've had some smaller donations. Last year, we did kind of a writing. We wrote to our neighboring municipalities and showed them the data that I showed you earlier with which municipalities kind of were I always say the offenders, but they're not where we see the most animals come from. We received a 3-year commitment at $1,500 from one municipality, and then we received like another, I think it was $1,500, but nothing. Yeah, there was like, it's something. So we'll definitely, we've made a commitment to work better at keeping our stats. There's definitely been some loopholes over the last few years where, you know, people are putting things under a certain municipality, but maybe there's a town associated in that municipality. So we've been really trying to get clear on where those animals need to land.
Wow, well, we wish you luck in the fundraising. And I know we have a discussion about the power line issue coming up. I'm hoping that your costs will not increase dramatically from what the plan is by the time the shovel goes in the ground, sort of thing. And SPCA's, like you said, been around for a long, long time and done a lot of good work. Animals are very much like family, so it's very worthwhile. I know from probably as a volunteer, it's very worthwhile. It's the same time challenging to volunteer there too. So, but it's good to know about the receipts for, I don't know, dog food or something if somebody can donate that. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Penny, and good luck with the project. And you'll be hearing from the town some point here in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're now into bylaws, and the first one with Mr. Mugford is bylaw number 2161, the utility rate bylaw for 2025.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have before you this evening bylaw 2161 utility rates for 2025. Administration seeking second and third reading of this bylaw this evening. It was initially brought before council for first reading in September. Subsequent to that, we've met with the public through mayor manager and myself, met with, there was an open public events to take any questions from the public and explain the rationale for some of the changes. We also fielded questions that were submitted by the public through social media. And further had an opportunity at the recent Christmas open house to answer any questions from the public as well. Received some email feedback from different user groups, which we actively responded to as well. So again, just to recap, in 2023, the town initiated a cost of service model review with the intention of determining what the appropriate rates would be to fund current operating costs and anticipated future capital needs. The model was completed in spring of 2024 and presented to council through a workshop. The model was prepared by Intergroup. They're a company that specializes in regulated models, things that are defensible to the regulator. And we procured their services after going over a request for proposal. So the findings, and again, I won't discuss this at great length because I've already presented this to council on a couple of different occasions, but at a high level, the recommendation was that we needed a 9.8% per year for 5-year increase to achieve full cost recovery within our water fund and 10.1% on the sewer fund. So some of the, I'll just recap some of the larger changes coming out of this recommendation. The first was the creation of a couple of new subclasses. So previously the jump from the small commercial rate to the large commercial rate was significant. It was about a 10-fold increase. So one of the recommendations was creating 2 additional classes in the middle. So a medium commercial 1 and a medium commercial 2. It just worked out that we have approximately the same number of users going into both categories, but obviously the users going from small commercial into medium commercial 1 will be experiencing on a percentage scale kind of the biggest percentage increase, whereas medium commercial 2 will on a similar scale benefit from that reduction as they're coming from the large commercial class into medium commercial 2. Other things included in this bylaws. So previously administration did an allocation entry from water wastewater revenue to fund storm sewer. So for the time being, we're including the storm sewer amount in the wastewater rate. But administration tends to do further work on this in the future to determine if there's a more equitable and appropriate way of recovering those costs. It's one of those things like in bigger centers, they look at the size of your property and how much water approximately is draining off of it and those types of factors to determine what that cost should be. So, you know, when you think about what goes into a storm sewer, only a small percentage of it is tied to the actual water that you consume in your property or your wastewater going out, I guess. So it's, you know, it's definitely an imperfect element, but the other side of the coin is it represents, you know, in our budget, it's $308,000. So it's approximately 3.5% of our budget. So we kind of run into that. How much money and time will we spend to get a more accurate answer for that funding source? You reach a point where you just need to make a decision. So other places, they've included it in as part of the mill rate and funded it that way, saying that it's similar to your road infrastructure. On solid waste, we're anticipating as we're going over for proposal for a solid waste service, effective, subject to check July 1st of next year, 2025. So we are anticipating those rates will be coming up a bit, but it's only a half-year impact. So we've recommended $1.50 increase per month on the solid waste line item. Further changes. So previously the fixed charge on our residential bills or on all of our bills rather was a combined fixed charge. So the model's recommending that we break that out to show water and wastewater separately. And I believe that was it. So the options before council this evening would be to provide second and third reading of bylaw 2161 as presented, which again, that aligns with what is in the utility budget that you'll be seeing later this evening. So if there's any changes or any reductions in the rates as presented, that would need to be reflected in that budget. Option 2 would be to decline to provide second reading, which effectively means our current rate bylaw would stay in effect. And option 3 would be to provide second and third reading as amended. So if there's any amendments that council wishes to put forth. I also want to point out that one of the changes that came as a result of this was we've increased our transfer from utilities to tax supported budget. So that's approximately $540,000 that was previously not being transferred. So effectively, like in our 2024 budget, it was approximately $80,000. That was the overhead allocation. So that's taken some of the pressure off of our tax supported customer. And as we continue to make, as future council continue to make these changes, that should further reduce that burden on the tax paying side of the equation. Okay, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Councillors? I guess, one, we've had some, an email or stuff like that, for the potable water monthly rates. And so I'm looking at them here and, it looks like the fixed rates have gone up, but the variable rates have gone down in those sections. And I'm talking about Shasberry Water Co-op, Peace Regional Correction Center in Dixonville Water Co-op. That's essentially what happened.
Just a moment.
Page 4 of 5 or 27 and 317.
So with each of these customers, we have separate agreements that dictate what changes we can have in place in terms of the variable rates. The fixed rate model, so it's effective, like and again, I won't pull up the water, I'll just explain this at a high level, but it's effectively looking at what volumes go through the system and what portion of those costs can be attributed to those customers. So as an example, the Dixonville customer, they would not be responsible for paying for the town's the full cost of the town's distribution. Same with like Shasberry Water Co-op, that customer class doesn't pay any of the town's distribution costs, which a different customer within the municipality would pay. So that's why there's some slight variations there in terms of what costs are or are not included in both their fixed and their variable rates. I will point out also, Madam Mayor, as of when we did this study, none of the customer classes are paying full cost recovery. So on the whole, we were recovering 71 cents on the dollar, with the difference being funded effectively through the tax supported side of the equation. Again, in the past, there were grants that were used that arguably could have been used exclusively for the benefit of the tax paying user here within the municipality, that instead were used on the water wastewater side, which effectively is subsidizing those outside users. And it's a different type of customer. Like it's a narrative that I heard a few different times through this process is if you're increasing my taxes or increasing my water bill, it's the same thing. The reality is it's not, because you could have two properties that have the same assessed value and one of them could use 10 times the amount of water. So it's they ultimately are different customers, and that's really what we're trying to get across is that by making each one of these funds self-liquidate and responsible for its own surpluses and deficits and its own future capital replacement needs, it matches the cost of the service with the group that's using that service.
Thank you. So I know council got on the pathway to this, principle of user pay sort of thing, and to try and over time make it self-sustaining. So the pathway we're on is the pathway forward, I guess. Any further questions, though, councillors, or somebody might be prepared to put forward a motion on this matter? Councillor Good,
I'll move second reading of bylaw number 2161, utility rates for 2025 as amended.
thank you. Councillors, any further discussion? Everybody clear on the motion? Then all those in favor? It is carried. Thank you. And someone willing to,
Yeah, I'll move council give third reading to bylaw 2116 utility rate bylaw for 2025.
thank you. Again, any further discussion?
Sorry, did you say 2016?
No.
2161 for 2025.
Thank you.
Okay, we got the right one. Any further discussions, clarification? We're clear on the motion. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed, it is carried. Thank you, Mr. Mugford,
Thank you.
for that and your ongoing work in that matter. Next up, we have the, where are we here? The bylaw number 2166, the election bylaw with Ms. Parsons.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So election bylaw 2166 is coming for you for hopefully second and third reading. At first reading, we made some amendments, which was to increase the deposit for nomination, submitting your nomination papers from $25 to $50. And incorporating the language from bylaw 2092, which was allowing for ballots to be printed in lots. So those changes were made and incorporated as part of first reading. We also discussed the addition of criminal record checks and council's ability to add that as a requirement with the submission of nomination papers. And so council had asked that we bring back any rationale that we might be able to track down from the province as to why this was added. And so council will see that I pulled a little excerpt from the legislature when this was brought forward by Minister McIver about why the criminal record checks were added and basically just providing a little bit more information. Council also asked the difference between criminal record checks and vulnerable sector checks and whether or not if we were going to include the requirement for criminal record checks, if we should add vulnerable sector checks. So in the report, you'll see just some information that I pulled from the RCMP website about the difference between the two and just a little excerpt from Alberta municipalities when they were analyzing this edition, and they also talked about vulnerable record checks, and it looks like they had come to the determination that it would need to be left out or not the primary focus. So I'm not sure that it would fit for right now, but that's up to council ultimately. And including the criminal record checks is up to council as well. And then I just had to correct something that I had said, special ballots. We do have the option of whether or not to allow voting by way of special ballot. So it goes through who can vote by special ballot, and then it goes into that we may by resolution allow for special ballots. And then with that, you have to provide how they can submit an application for special ballots. I've also included a section that just talks about the process of voting by way of special ballot, as we touched on that as well. So certainly we could remove that from the bylaw if council didn't want to proceed with special ballot. And I think that would be fair as well. We'll have lots of opportunity for people to vote. But it's an option open to council. And with that, I can take any questions.
Councillors, So particularly on the, special ballot and the criminal record check, I guess. Council
Yeah,
Ford?
just on the criminal records check. So, I couldn't hear you when you were talking about the vulnerable sector check, so that's recommended. The criminal record check is recommended, the vulnerable sector check is not. Is that what I heard?
Yes, so Alberta municipalities, their quote from their report, said that they had suggested focusing on vulnerable sector check instead of criminal record checks. However, and this is their quote, "We now understand that this would require broader legislative and procedural changes and would not capture things like financial crimes, which would be considered relevant for positions on council." So they had done away with a focus on the vulnerable sector check, not to say necessarily that it couldn't be included, but it looks like it was a contemplation. And they went against it and stuck with the criminal record check.
So it's just a straight criminal records check that's recommended.
So councillors, on that point, is there anybody opposed to including simple criminal record checks and excluding vulnerable sector checks? You're okay with that? Yeah, okay. The other one, that was, particularly was the special ballots. So, special ballots means the ones where people can write in, phone in, et cetera, depending on how it's set up, right? Ms. Parsons, yeah.
So basically, if you're part of the municipality's elector register, and even if you're not, you can apply to make the application to be on the permanent register. You can apply to vote by a special ballot. So you submit the application, asking to be provided with the special ballots. And then what we do is we get the package with all the instructions, we mail it to them. And then they have to mail it back before the deadline. And then there's a process of how to hang on to those until election day where they would be counted.
That kind of to me seems to be a lot of work for. I don't know that we would have very many people.
I can say I've done it once, in the 2017 election. I think I had 7 applications. And of those, I want to say 4 or 5 were found to be valid. And there were 2 to 3 that were excluded. If you look at the section, that I included, it is quite a process of this has to be placed in this envelope and this has to be placed in this envelope and this, and if you don't do those steps, your submission gets disqualified because the secrecy of the vote is of utmost importance. So we can't take any chances with them. So it's very easy to disqualify your voting package.
So councillors, what are your thoughts? Are you, how can I word this? Okay with leaving special ballots, excluding special ballots? Are you okay with that? Or would you put them in? Councillor Good.
I mean, as a basic rule, a basic philosophy, I think everybody who can vote should be able to vote. Then there, from what I understand, you can't just say, I want a special ballot because I want a special ballot. So am I correct? You can't, or you can?
They have changed it that you can now just request a special ballot, just stating that you are not available to vote during the times provided. Previously, under the Election Act, there were specific items that you had to meet, and had to state, why you were wanting to vote by a special ballot, and they have removed those.
So to my way of thinking, this also ties in with advanced polling and how that is set up and how much time there is for advanced polling, because sometimes people can get to advanced polls, but quite frankly, in 2021, people's vacations started in late October. So they couldn't do the advanced poll, and maybe they could have done a special ballot somehow. But it's up to them as well to get it in the mail on time and all that good stuff too. Okay, so councillors, any other opinions on the special ballot?
Well, I still think, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I still think I want everybody to be able to vote who wants to vote. And so I would allow special ballots. I mean, I understand the logistics, but democracy is not always easy.
Counselor Shannon?
I agree with Dawn. I think, I'd like to see it remain.
Okay, I'll reword this. Is there any objection to leaving special ballots in the bylaw? Okay, so Ms. Parsons, it looks like special ballots would be in the bylaw for the allowance for them. Any other things that somebody wants to bring forward about this bylaw before we perhaps vote on it second time? So as far as I understand it, we're saying do the simple criminal record checks, do the special ballots. I think that's the only two things we've kind of talked about. Even further. If not, would someone perhaps move forward with second reading of the bylaw?
I can do that.
Councillor Shannon?
I move that council give second reading to bylaw number 2166, election bylaw as amended.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Everybody's clear on the motion?
Sorry, Mayor Manzer, it would just, I had as amended in the recommended in brackets, just in case we were to make any changes today. But as council appears to be going forward, as it's presented right now, we won't need that as amended.
Because the special ballots were in there, so we're not, okay. So you're okay with that? Yeah. Okay, so we've got a motion on the books that council gives second reading to bylaw number 2166, the election bylaw. Stop there. Okay, all those in favor of that motion? Opposed? It is carried. Second reading. Someone care to move this further? Councillor Ford?
Yeah, put a motion on the floor that council give third reading to bylaw 2166, election bylaw.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Everybody's clear on the motion? All those in favor of the motion? It is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Parsons. Okay, next up, we're at the bylaw number 2167, the fees and charges bylaw for 2025 with Mrs. Miller.
Thank you, Your Worship. So before you in the council's consideration of first, second, and third reading is the fees and charges bylaw for 2025. So the annual budget process typically takes into consideration fees and charges for services such as recreation fees and miscellaneous fees like compliance certificates. And we look at it annually to ensure that we stay in line with inflation. And so this year, we're not proposing a lot of major changes. So I'd just like to highlight the few things that have been changed within the bylaw. So Schedule A and D, it did remove the candidate deposit reference because it's now been put into the election bylaw. Under Schedule B, the community services, the general recommendations was 2% increase in all the rental rates, lessons and course rates. We've maintained the drop in admission rates for the Baytex at the 2024 rates with the intent to increase those next year. It says that they increased on average 6% in 2024. It had been some time since we had looked at our rates, and now it will be forming part of the annual budget process is to bring the fees and charges bylaw forward for consideration every year. The museum rates were increased by 2%. Home support rates, they've maintained at the 2024 rates, because again, in 2024, it had a bit of a more than 2% increase to catch up over the couple of years. We do have a new fee that we're introducing in this bylaw this year, and that's a $20 fee for each of the grad banners. So the arrangement was that the grad classes continue to be interested in the banners. but the group then are gonna pay for the cost of the production and the lift. So in past years, the lift was donated, but the town bore the burden of the wages. And this year, and also this year, we had to pay for the lift rental. It's about $1,500. So there has been discussions, I believe, at the Community Services Board with the representation from the school, and they are on side with the $20 fee per banner to cover those costs. Sports fields, current rate is $300. The rate doesn't cover the cost of paint, and they're proposing to increase that rate to $400 to cover the paint cost, and also reduce the number of times that the town will line a field for free, so reducing it from 4 down to 3. Taxi Pass program, the Taxi Pass booklet will be increased from $20 to $25 as per the policy that was passed previously. And then in engineering and infrastructure schedule C, there's an addition for the application fee for the non-standard crosswalk painting. And that application fee is been set at $100. So at this point in time, administration is seeking first, second, and third readings, so we could have these rates effective in January 1 into the new year. Thank you.
Councilors, questions? Councilor Forty?
I'm just curious, under the false alarm calls, the first 2 responses, there's no charge. Third response to the same place is $350. Is that actually being tracked, and have we been invoicing people for having to respond to a false alarm more than 3 times?
I'll have to get back on that. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, question on the Taxi Pass program. So this change, what does that mean in terms of subsidization? So the town is subsidizing the Taxi Pass program to, I forget what it was, but I'm assuming this is a little less.
It is.
Okay,
The amount is eluding me at the moment.
okay,
What's each ticket worth?
100.
I'm drawing a total blank.
So we got from 80 to
75%. They were $15 a book. Now they're $20 a book. We went from 80 to 75% this last, or we went from 85 to 80%. I could be off by my 5 percentage points. So I think we're getting closer to a 75% subsidy rate.
Another question, so the other types of banners that are put up are the veterans ones, do they get a fee as well?
It's included already in the fee bylaw at $50. Is it not in the fee bylaw?
I don't think it's in the fee bylaw, but there
Is a fee. Yeah, $50.
So it might be put in this bylaw then too? At some point? I would think. Any councilors, any other questions on this?
I have one.
Yes, Councilor Shannon.
What is the parking stall monthly rental? Curious for that.
It used to be
Where
for
are you?
the,
I'm on page 116 of 317, or the internal document, page 3 of 13. It's under the Corporate Services Department Schedule A.
it used to be for the power stalls in Centennial parking lot that aren't being used by town staff. There's 1 or 2 rows that are powered that at one time were leased to, I believe it was Shell at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, would someone be prepared to put forth a motion for first reading? Councilor Shannon?
Move that council give first reading to bylaw number 2167, fees and charges bylaw for 2025.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, we're all clear on the motion for first reading. All those in favor? Opposed, it is carried. Thank you. I wanna,
I'll move council give second reading to 2167 fees and charges bylaw for 2025.
again, any further discussion? All those in, we're clear on the motion for second reading? All those in favor? Great, it is carried. Would someone like to move that this be placed for third reading?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll put a motion on the floor to allow bylaw 2167, the fees and charges bylaw for 2025, go to third reading.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? Is carried.
Sorry, I wasn't clear on the motion.
Unanimously.
I gotta remember my steps here. Okay, would someone be prepared to put forth a motion for third and final?
I'll move the council give third reading to bylaw 2167, fees and charges bylaw for 2025.
Thank you. Further discussion? Are we clear on the motion? All those in favor? Opposed, it is carried. Thank you, and thank you, Mrs. Miller. Okay, next up, unfinished business. We don't have any. New business, however, we have a business grant program update with Ms. Modi.
Good evening, everyone. This is an update just to provide council a bit of information as you're going through budget for 2025. So in terms of the business grant program in 2024, we did do 3 intake cycles for our business grant program. That's for both the revitalization grant and the tourism enhancement grant. In total, we received 6 eligible applications in the first 2 intakes combined. And those applications that were eligible were approved. So we have in total committed a little over $33,000 of the $50,000 grant budget for 2024. We did also receive some applications that were not eligible for a variety of different reasons, but they did not meet the requirements of the grant, including that we did have a couple that were for business outside of town. So there's obviously an interest in this, not just from our local businesses, but from regional businesses as well. So those applicants were informed that they were unfortunately not eligible for the grant under the parameters that are available. We've had this grant available since July of 2023. Of the 2023 funds that were committed, we have dispersed 41,000. We do have one more grant where the applicant is still working towards finalizing the project, and once that is done, then that money will be dispersed as well. So that's basically been it over the 2 years. We do expect, based on some conversations that we've had with some property owners, some business owners in town, that we will see some applications again in 2025. So hoping that the program continues and that we can open an intake period early in 2025, pending budget approval. I can take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Councilors? Councilor Boychuk.
Can you give us an example of how some of this money was spent?
Sure. In terms of the ones that were approved this year, we've had a lot of grants that were supporting either new signage or updated paint jobs on commercial buildings. Peace Pipe Cannabis has applied for a grant that would support a security gate to help improve the security for their business. So that's one of the first grant applications we've received where the focus has been more on crime prevention rather than on beautification. For Peace River Ventures, they have had tourism enhancement grants where they were expanding the tourism offerings that they were offering on the river. I believe this year the grant supported expanding their business to incorporate kayaking, paddleboarding, and canoe rentals, etc., on the Peace River and the region. I think that covers most of the grants that we've seen.
So is security is one of the application points, like would somebody be able to apply for a security guard versus a security gate through this grant?
The business revitalization grant is focused on, business enhancement grant is focused on building improvements. So it is the projects that are eligible for building or site improvements that address security, accessibility, safety, or aesthetics are kind of those are the four categories. So security guard, I don't think would hit it because that's not something that is being done to the building itself.
Councillor Good,
Would a security camera system potentially qualify?
Yes, it would, as would lighting.
any further questions, clarification? Okay, so of this year, as you mentioned, 33,000 has been committed out of the 50,000, so 17,000 uncommitted. And the 17,000 just goes back into general, it's not carried over, correct? Or is it?
That's correct.
Yeah, like the other grants to organization, it doesn't get carried over either. Okay, any further questions on this? Thank you, Ms. Modi. You have a question?
Maybe there's an opportunity, like, because you had mentioned that businesses out of town had applied, and of course, that doesn't really sort of work for us. But perhaps that's something that could be sent on to the chamber or other organizations like Now, whoever these other businesses may be part of, to say like, look, we've got some really good, uptake here. This could be something you could emulate in your end and just sort of share the strategy.
Absolutely.
Okay, any further questions? Would someone be able to move this for information? Councilor Boychuk or Deputy Mayor Boychuk?
Sure, I'll move that we accept this information for information purposes.
Accept the business.
Accept the report for information purposes.
Okay, the business grant report for information, great. Any further questions? Everybody's clear on the motion? All in favor? Opposed? It is carried. Thanks again, Ms. Modi. Okay, next we have the Peace River Regional SPCA request for financial assistance, and Ms. Bell's going to lead us through this topic.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. The report is an extension of the presentation from the SPCA this evening. Penny provided council with some in-depth information of their current situation and their operations and their proposal for construction of a new facility. Some members of council may not be aware, but in 2011, the council at the time made a commitment to provide and donate the land that the existing building or the current building is at for the development of their new structure. So it was a significant contribution that the town has made to that particular project. So we wanted to recognize that decision had been made. Unfortunately, the SPCA has been unable to get a development permit moving along as quickly as they'd hoped, but the commitment is still in play. There is a secondary component that they're looking for from council this evening, or have made a formal request as per the attached letter. They are incurring significant increased costs, which were not anticipated in their first iteration of the development of a new facility. And this particular building is a town-owned building currently. It has not been transferred to the SPCA or the nonprofit organization until such time as they have formally approved development permit, and they are not at that stage as of quite yet. Therefore, the town is responsible for that structure. Over the summer, it was a site of quite a lot of activity. Unfortunate, unsolicited activity, unauthorized activity. There was a lot of town staff and contractor time spent at the site due to the disrepair. The SPCA was called multiple times to reboard the building. The town also spent much time putting up more boarding to keep individuals out. It's been a chronic problem all summer long. This was noted in the CAO's report on November 25th. The SPCA has moved along and received some quotes for demolition of that structure. They're looking at a expense of $62,355. They are seeking financial assistance from the town for this demolition, as it was somewhat larger than expected, and the additional unexpected cost of moving the power line has it ends up just eating away at their already stretched budget. Administration provides council with a number of options towards this particular request. Option 1 is to provide support of financial contribution of $62,355 specifically for the demolition. As noted, it would address a vacant building that the town does own. We have a responsibility to that structure as currently ours. It does eliminate an insurance premium that we are paying on this derelict building. Small amount, but every penny counts, as it were. This is an unbudgeted expense. That is the disadvantage to this option. We were not expecting this expense. The financial implications is to recommend it to utilize your operating tax supported operating reserve if council chooses. Option 2 is to decline to provide these funds to the SPCA. It saves the town funds. We are not dipping into reserves. However, it does leave that building in a bit of a state of repair and financial disrepair, and does place additional burden upon the SPCA to address their sort of longer term plan at the site.
Councillor Boychuk.
So is that 62,000 gonna cover overcharges or extra charges or liabilities and all that kind of stuff?
It's purely the demolition cost that they received a contracted amount for. So if there's any additional expense, that would be up to the SPCA or council chooses to address at a later date, but the intent is just the demolition expense.
Councillor Shannon.
So just to clarify, if we were to leave it as is and a fire or something like that happened, we'd be responsible for the cleanup then anyway, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ford.
Well, more than I'm willing to make a motion, but for me, I know we've received multiple calls about that building. It's a hazard waiting to happen. Fortunately for me, I was the one that made the motion about the land way back in the day, and I'd be more than willing to put a motion on the floor that council grant Peace River SPCA $62,355 to fund demolition of the town-owned building on 9510 94th Ave, formerly the SPCA building, with such funds to be paid from the tax-supported operating reserve.
Thank you. So just a question, I guess, for Mrs. Bell. Is there an implication that if we pay this money, this is gonna happen quickly? It's not gonna be a springtime thing, it's gonna be sooner?
My understanding is their demolition permit has been approved. I'm looking over at planning and development, I'm getting the nod. So it has been approved and their intent was to proceed as soon as possible. They have a contractor, the 62,000, sorry, was a specific amount with a local contractor.
Thank you. Any further questions? We have a motion on the floor. Well, it would be good for the town not to have to spend different resources attending to the building after various complaints, etc. And I'm sure others would be happy to sort of have a fire hazard removed from the town as well. So Mr. Ford has put a motion on the floor. Is everybody clear on this motion? Okay, then, all those in favor of the motion? Opposed, it is carried. Thank you, Mrs. Bell, and good luck to the SPCA with that project. Okay, and Mrs. Bell's gonna stay put, and now she's gonna talk about the town-owned Lions Campground.
Thank you, Worship. This particular report is in follow-up to a governance and priorities meeting from December, I believe, 2nd. Our council reviewed the various options for this particularly town-owned site. Just to clarify again, because I constantly hear this in the community, this is only the town portion of the property. The additional area is outside of the town ownership. After some consultation with our legal advisor, the information I've been provided is if council is interested in maintaining the purpose of the site, regardless of any of the options that you choose, direct control is the predominant option to achieve that goal. So that is in proposal in this particular recommendation for the sale of the site that you'd look to rezone the location, that particular piece of property to direct control if council so chooses. In a lease arrangement, it's less required to worry about the direct control because the lease arrangement, we can specify the lease is for campground purposes. So you don't necessarily have to move forward on a direct control rezoning if council chooses a lease arrangement. But the 4 options before council this evening are to look at a town operated campground service out of this location. Option 2 is to initiate leasing of the site for the purposes of operating a campground. Option 3 is sale of the site. And again, for the purposes of operating a campground. This is the option we'd definitely have to link to a direct control rezoning of that location to maintain the purpose. And option 4 is anything goes, sort of a redevelopment of the location for another purpose.
So if the town was to go forward with selling this property, does it have to get changed to direct control before the sale, or is there a?
The legal advice recommended to do so, to rezone it prior to sale, correct?
Thank you. Councillor Ford.
If the town did choose to put it up for the bid process as per the recommendation, what's the timeline with the rezoning?
Rezoning would have to happen. I actually don't know. I'm going to look. I'm really glad that the manager of planning attended tonight's meeting. How long is a rezoning process?
I would say we want to wait till at least the end of February between having first reading, advertising, and then taking it back to council. So second meeting in February would be covered.
After advertising or pre-advertising?
That includes the public hearing process. First reading, early January, advertising,
Oh, I see.
and then second,
Yeah.
third reading.
I'm following you now.
So mid-February, whatever.
So by the time rezoning would be completed, you're looking at probably a 6-week delay to, before we'd be able to put it out for public bid or public process, whatever that might.
So the spring sometime, everything goes forward.
We would put out, soon after rezoning occurred, we'd put out a public bid process. I'm conceptualizing more of a request for proposals than an EOI per se for sale. In a request for proposals, we can require or request business plan, financial documentation. There's a lot of components we can ask for. But we should be able to put that post that public process as soon as the zoning is completed, rezoning is completed.
Thank you, Councillor Good, and then Councillor Carr.
Let's assume, just for a moment discussion, the motion is put forth as recommended. At that point, it becomes public that that's the intention of council, correct?
Correct.
At that point, people who are keeping their eye on this could start their planning the day after this motion to be
Absolutely.
ready and to be ready for what's going to occur as soon as expedient. Am I correct on that?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
So legal said it would be better to rezone it as direct control rather than just register a
Correct.
caveat against it.
The caveat became a little more complicated. The restrictive covenant would require for, if we wanted to enforce that covenant, we'd have to sue. So at any point, if somebody starts not being consistent of the purpose of the site and it changes and it evolves, and we've seen this happen at locations. Business activities happening where we intended it to be something else, then under the restrictive covenant process, the town would actually have to sue to enforce it. So their recommendation was a direct control is a much cleaner way to go. There is a drawback to direct control. You have 7 different people that I count right, in the seat 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, 5 years from now, and someone else has an idea they would like to see at that site. So there is always a pro and a con. So that potentially can be the con. Maybe 40 years from now, the community has changed and there's no longer a need. We're all in floating AirPods. I have no idea. And so maybe it makes sense at that time, but there is a drawback always.
Any other questions, clarifications? So as Ms. Bell says, we're only talking about the town-owned portion of this piece of land. So, there's no further questions. Would someone be prepared to put forth the motion directing the to Councillor Shannon?
I move that council direct administration to initiate a public bid process to sell the town-owned property of 8700 100th Avenue, legal address 8421257B. Southwest 318321 5 on the condition that the site is for the purposes of operating the campground, and that council direct administration to bring back a future council meeting the rezoning of the property to direct control.
Thank you. Any further clarification, discussion? Okay, so if this goes forward, the property would be rezoned to direct control and then public bid process to sell it for campground purposes, maybe. Okay, all those in favor of the motion? Opposed? It is carried. Thank you, Mrs. Bell. This has been a long-term discussion, many years long-term, actually.
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have Mr. Fisher, who is going to be discussing membership in the Mackenzie Municipal Services Agency, MMSA.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Council. So this is a follow-up. MMSA was here in our November GP meeting to give a presentation. Council gave direction that they wished for a report on the benefits and drawbacks of rejoining MMSA as a member. So just for some background, in 2019, prior to 2019 or 2020, prior to 2020, when the last contract ended, the town was a member of MMSA. And the town council of the Bay decided to not renew the contract and leave MMSA as a member. At the time, we were paying $128,000 and some change for our annual cost for MMSA. That cost was basically used to hire a permanent municipal planner for the organization. When MMSA presented to council in November, they were pretty clear that we would still have to ask to rejoin, and membership was not a guaranteed thing. It would require approval both from its executive and its membership. If the town were to proceed with the request and be accepted and join NMSA, the 2025 annual rate for the town would be $136,000 plus change, subject to annual increases as contemplated by the membership, or as kind of adopted as things went on further from there. That contract is sort of a 5-year term, so from 2025 to 2030. An excerpt from one of our annual invoices kind of shows that it was from 2014. There's different members at the table now. But the membership, the rate that they're charged is based on both the size of the community and assessment value, the developed assessment value in the community. So at the time we left, we were actually one of the highest charged members. So we paid the most annually for our service. Essentially the full services gamut or the core services are the same across the board. So we will be paying more per capita or more as a community for the same level of service from MMSA as, say, a smaller community, one of the smaller communities on the membership list. For clarity, full service from MMSA is not a full-time on-site resource. When we left, the town had, because we were not satisfied prior to that, negotiated 2 days a week of in-house municipal planner time and a part-time with a GIS technician on site. So that was our dedicated level of service at the time we left MMSA, 2 days a week plus a part-time GIS tech. It's kind of nice to have a full-time person. It's nice to talk to a face. MMSA actually even acknowledged that when they presented. They said it's kind of nice to be able to go talk to somebody, talk to a planner when you've got a question about development. Right now, for about the same cost, we get 1,900 hours of which is full-time of a full-time municipal planner that are here in the office to talk to developers, which is exactly what they said was a benefit. Full service doesn't also mean that MMSA can do everything and be everything to the community. There are capacity constraints and there are some skill gaps where they might want outside expertise. So prior to leaving MMSA in the 3 years prior, the town, in addition to MMSA, paid $206,000 for outside planning services. That was support for the IDP update. That was, I believe, paid to primarily V3 planners. That's not to say that when we have our own full-time planner on staff, we don't also require outside resources. So objectively, in the last 3 years, 2022, 2023, and 2024 inclusive, we've paid $166,000 for outside support. Again, primarily to V3, but that's not all. We also paid some to Bunt and Associates for the active transportation plan. $50,000 of that $166,000 was paid for, I believe, by a grant for the active transportation plan. So, that was a federal grant. It was not all paid by the taxpayers right in Peace River. The resources spent in the last 3 years has been to work on the land use bylaw update and the active transportation plan, both of which council should see in the early new year, a draft form of each presented with information. I'm really excited for Ms. Modi to bring forward the land use bylaw. It's got some pretty cool stuff. So I've seen the draft. It's just getting polished up a little bit more before it comes forward, but there's some good things in there for our business community, some good things for administration, some good things that are reducing paperwork just for the sake of paperwork. I'm really excited about that. The budgeted cost for a full-time planner is about $1,000 difference from what it costs for MMSA. So for that extra $1,000 a year, we get a full-time service. When we asked additional questions for MMSA, there was some information they were not willing to provide. They were not willing to provide administration financial statements. So we could evaluate and provide a commentary as to whether or not becoming a member would have any financial risks to the town. It would be, quite frankly, unreasonable to render a decision to join MMSA without seeing that and being able to look at it ahead of time. Ultimately, joining MMSA requires us either to remove the municipal planner from the organizational structure to fund the membership cost, or increase the municipal tax requisition to maintain both MMSA and our municipal planner. Removing the municipal planner from the organization to fund membership is a reduction in service level. And there's no apparent cost reduction or cost benefit to the town, especially considering amounts spent on contracted services decreased after leaving MMSA. Further, removing the municipal planner from the organization flattens the organizational structure. Our municipal planner acts as the manager for planning and development. They have direct reports. So I don't have to manage those things personally. So it would basically mean I have to take on 3 more direct reports plus a contract service to manage. That contracted service is basically another direct report. That means that I would have less capacity to do the things that I need to be doing for the organization as a director. Increasing the municipal tax requisition to maintain both MMSA and the municipal planner isn't of great value to the town's tax ratepayers. Administration annually spends less than the cost of membership in specialized consulting services to support our planning and development department. Taxpayers of Peace River would be better served to continue hiring consultants in a competitive process when additional capacity or expertise is needed. In its presentation, MMSA indicated that it has provided services to non-member agencies and is currently investigating a fee-for-service arrangement with a member who departed the agency as of this year. It will not be renewed. Nothing would preclude MMSA from bidding on work for the town in a competitive process. They could bid just like any other consultant to us. So in this report, we've got 3 options. 1, the town of Peace River joins MMSA and maintains its municipal planner. The organizational structure wouldn't really be impacted by this change. We'd still have a full-time planner who's managing those staff and those contracts and those contractors that I have to do. The taxpayers' disadvantages, ultimately, because we pay the highest rate for the same level of service, we'd be subsidizing our regional partners. I think that's a disadvantage for the taxpayers here. It would require an increase to municipal requisitions. That's $137,000 a year. That's about 1.1% increase to the municipal requisition, give or take. We'd still potentially need specialized consultants with expertise not held by our planning team or by MMSA. So just for work, like day-to-day work, probably wouldn't need anything. But if there was a specialized consultant, we wanted to bring somebody in to give us a different kind of vision, we might still need that outside help. MMSA requires a 5-year membership commitment and agreement. There is no control over annual fees. That's set by the board and the executive. We would be a minority at the table and it's kind of subject to however that role shakes out. And I think that there's a potential conflict of competing interest with the town of Grimshaw. The executive director of MMSA is not an employee or an independent, or an employee independent of membership organizations whose best interest is in MMSA. Town of Grimshaw CAO serves both as the CAO and MMSA executive director, creating a potential conflict of interest when directing work priority, staffing allocations, and project selection. I think I've covered the financial implications of that one. Option 2 is that Peace River joins MMSA and removes the municipal planner from the organizational structure. I really don't think that there's any advantages here. I'm just going to leave it at that. In addition to the annual requisition, there would be termination pay and lieu for removing the municipal planner from the organization. And then option 3 would be maintain the current level of service with 1 full-time in-house planner engaging outside consultants on an ad hoc basis through competitive bid processes. My recommendation is that council defeats the following motion. Council directs administration to eliminate the in-house municipal planning position from the 2025 organizational chart. It seeks membership in the municipal, Mackenzie Municipal Services Agency for the contract term 2025 through 2030. Again, I would recommend defeating that motion.
Thank you. Councillor Scammon?
When we make motions and they are defeated, there's a certain amount of time before they can come back, correct? Given that this motion has two clauses in it, would one, just so that once this is dealt with, it's dealt with. Could one separate those clauses and bring them back separate later, or would defeating two clauses in one motion cause both of those to not get to come back, even if they were separated and brought back? Because that technically would be a different motion, or would it not?
Ms. Parsons?
You can split
Your mic.
You can split motions if you would prefer to have them be separate issues.
But does, to his point about bringing them back, does that change if they're split?
It only changes if the outcome of the motion would be different.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you made a
Just a
motion,
minute. So Ms. Parsons,
It depends on the outcome of each of the motions and on how you vote. I believe that the bylaw is written in such a way that if you wanted to bring something back, you had to be someone on the prevailing side of the motion. So it would depend on how each one was voted on.
Okay, so it can be together and they can't be split and brought back later if the clause of the motion is defeated,
Right.
whether it's in two or one. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
okay, Councillor Ford, you had a comment to that?
yeah, just a comment to that, because my understanding of the procedural bylaw, and just correct me if I'm wrong. But if there's a motion made, whatever the motion is, and whether it's defeated or passed, another motion can be brought to the table right away, but the decision itself cannot be brought back for 12 months. Is that what you were referring to, Councillor Scalmore?
Yeah, I believe my question was answered, yes. Okay.
And the question that I have is under, where is it here? I find this comment kind of interesting, but under option 2, you commented the conflict of interest. With the Grimshaw CAO, who is also the executive director for MMSA. How is that a conflict of interest? Because if it was a conflict of interest, I don't think he would be in that position as an executive director. But there's other, 12 or 13 other local municipalities that are on MMSA, and none of them has ever brought it up as a conflict of interest because of the CAO being CAO of Grimshaw and the executive director. So I'm just curious as to that comment.
I can speak to that.
Okay, I don't think we know whether they brought that forth, but Councillor Good.
It's not, it wasn't stated that it was a conflict of interest. It was stated that it was a potential conflict of interest, if my reading was correct.
That's the way I said it, I believe.
Right, it's a potential, so it doesn't de facto mean that there's a behavior of a conflict of interest. But when you have the boss of one organization be the chair of another organization and having to make decisions, you can't ignore the potential for it. And I think that's what was being clarified there, because the word potential was put in there for a reason. It doesn't mean he's going to behave unethically.
Yeah, I'm just going by what was written, say,
Yeah.
director creating a real conflict of interest.
Well, conflict
So-
is, it's whether it is acted on, but it's just that it exists.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Shannon has a point.
I was just gonna suggest a different, motion. I was prepared to make one if that time is now.
Sure.
Okay, good. I would direct council to direct administration to apply for membership to MMSA prior to Friday, December 13th.
bringing this down. Okay, so your motion is to direct admin to apply for membership in MMSA prior to Friday, December 13th.
Because, yeah, because we might not get accepted, if we review that first, so.
Counselor Good.
Two things, I'll speak against joining when I don't know the result of the joining. I don't believe that membership and then, the same reasons that, in 2019, we went away from MMSA. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed on the validity of the reasons to leave MMSA, which was to have a full-time person. If we join MMSA and we add another person, we're adding to the tax roll. If we join MMSA and we remove a person, we have now lowered our control over our own community. We've lowered the amount of control, we've lowered the amount of input. We're now making a decision with people who can outvote us and have in the past. We're paying the same amount of money for a lesser level of service. By definition, they are going to provide us with less service than we are already receiving. If there are questions about decisions made by a director or another person in our organization, those can all be handled by policy. Policy can give directors leeway, can take leeway away, can do all kinds of things by policy. But I don't want to see us make a decision to join an organization that by definition, we're going to be in the same position we were before. And if the idea is to make this motion, yes, we join MMSA, and then we're going to have a second motion to remove a person, we're either looking at a lessening of service or we're looking at an increase in taxes. There's no third option. So I really feel strongly that we should not at this point join MMSA. Especially in a vacuum of having a motion that defines what will occur afterwards. Because then I think you're splitting it. I think it's a very, very dangerous process to enter into.
Okay, does someone else want to speak on this motion? Counselor Ford.
Yeah, just clarification on the motion. So the motion was to direct administration to make application
Yes.
to join MMSA, so that's not joining, that's just making an application. So that decision can be made. So if they come back and say, yes, you can join, or if they come back and say, no, you can't join, the decisions can be made later. Whether they say, yes, you can join, you don't have to.
I think if you're applying for membership in the Air Cadets, you're applying to join the Air
But you don't have
Cadets.
to.
Well, you don't have to, but again, I think you're playing games with the motion.
Mr. Fisher?
I would like to address Councillor Good's comment there. I think applying without an intent or a plan to fund it either way is not really applying in good faith, personally.
Thank you. Any other comments with respect to this motion?
I'd like a recorded vote.
Okay, so direct administration to apply for membership to MMSA prior to Friday, December 13th. And there's been a request for a recorded vote. So the implications on this are, I would think we would be applying in good faith, otherwise why are we putting it out there? And if we're applying in good faith, then the consequence of being accepted means that the tax dollar taxpayers possibly paying for more or less service. So.
Well, if we're applying in good faith, what that means is today we are upping our requisition to over 3%.
Yeah.
Without any other decision, yes.
Okay, so any further points to bring up on this motion before we vote? So the motion is to direct administration to apply for membership in MMSA prior to Friday, December 13th of this year, 2024. Recorded vote. So everybody's clear on the motion? All those in favor of the motion? So, it is, carried. Does anyone else have a further motion to put forward on this matter? I think, this leaves us in the same position that we were in before we had this discussion. So someone could make a motion as to whether or not they want this to affect, our tax rates and stuff like that. They so choose, because there's a big implication here. Otherwise, the matter is done. Counselor Good?
I have a question on that. I don't see how increasing, applying for something is not going to increase our requisition. Again, if we're applying to say no, I think it's disingenuous. If we're applying to say yes, then it's either going to increase our requisition or we're going to be getting into a lessening of services, one of the two. And I don't see that as valid, so I'm trying to figure out how to manage that decision, which is, do we then pass on the requisition at this point? Like, do we bring that as part of the budget? The membership in MMSA to be part of this budget or next year's budget, because it would be paid in next year's budget. Which would have to be added to the requisition, unless I'm wrong here, the Director of Finance.
Typically, the invoices go out in February for the year of service. So in 2025, in February 2025, if we joined MMSA, we would receive an invoice for $136,000 that we would have to pay. So we would have to increase the municipal requisition, right, to cover that, or
Mr. Mumford and then Mr. Ford.
I'd say further to that, without having had reviewed their financial statements, we really can't accurately estimate the kind of liability we may be signing on for without knowing the state of the organization's financials. So again, it's, from a budget perspective, putting in $135,000 as an additional amount is your conservative, it's your low end estimate. But really, we have no idea. So, you know, if the recommendation from council is that the difference will be made up on the municipal requisition, then it leaves it somewhat open-ended for us. But again, like this is a 5-year commitment. So effectively, this is adding over that period of time, at least $650,000, if not more.
Yeah, I think back to some comments that have been made that we need planning processes to speed up and whatnot, and I don't see that joining MMSA is doing that. But the motion is as it is, so we apply to join, then we find out what it costs. And if we're doing this in good faith, we're going to be obligated to pay those costs for 5 years if we're accepted. And we're also going to be the largest contributor to MMSA.
Or I guess from what I've been told, we could apply and say no. Which, whatever.
Which for, you know, Councillor Ford.
Well, would it be appropriate that I put a motion on the floor to table the rest of this discussion until we get a decision back from MMSA? Because they might even tell us no.
Well, the motion is on the floor to go forward.
Well, that motion's passed, but we
Yeah.
don't have to make any more decisions until we get that decision back from MMSA, because they might tell us no. We don't want you as a member.
Yeah, anyways, the motion
If I was
is,
on their board listening to discussion, I would tell us no, because we don't sound like a very competent group today, do we?
So a question I ask is,
yes,
if we're applying that's the motion that passed, we're applying. We're applying with an open-ended decision as to whether, even if they said yes, that we could then say no.
No.
So we're, well, nobody answered that question prior to the vote, interestingly enough. So we're applying, we want to join, we're going to join.
Out of good faith,
If,
yes.
if they say yes, we're going to join. That's the decision that was made.
Yes.
Like I said.
But MMSA, after their meeting with their board, could
Well, they can say
decline, they
no.
can decline, so we don't have to make any more decisions until we get that answer back from MMSA.
Well, in a way though, I'm hearing nods from one side of the table here that, if they accept us, then we're in. We're not
So
then
we put a
saying no.
$650,000 decision in the hands of a board we don't have a chair at.
And we don't know their financial position statement. Okay, fair enough.
You,
Okay, yes,
From what I understand, if you have membership, you automatically get a place at the table.
But they get to make the decision without us there right now.
yes.
Whether we join or not.
That's correct.
And after that, you're one of the 14 or so. Anyways, okay, that is, okay, I thought we were done. Counselor Ford.
Well, yeah, I had the motion on the floor to table it, but the reason why I do that is I would not want to remove anything from our staffing levels until such time, that if we do that now and MMSA comes back and says no, then we're out of planner, which we don't want.
Well, you're getting into the muddy waters that perhaps should have been thought of at the time the vote was done. So you mentioned that you would put forth a motion to table further discussion, but you didn't actually put forth the motion, so I didn't take it as such. And I don't know that it's worthwhile anyhow. Ms. Parsons?
At this point, I don't really feel like another motion is required unless council so desired. The administration has their direction and
Thank you. So Counselor Ford? You're okay with not putting forth your motion, or you're still?
Well, no, I'm not. No, I wouldn't be okay with it. I'd put a motion on the floor to table the rest of this discussion until we have an answer back from MMSA. And the reason for that motion is because if MMSA comes back and says, no, we don't want you as a member, I'm not willing to put a motion on the floor to lose a planner at this
Well,
time.
we don't have a motion on the floor regarding the planner right now.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's
So
why I wanted to table.
we don't have a, no, I'm being clear here. We do not have a motion on the floor regarding the planner. The planner is employed by the town of Peace River at this point until further notice, or until the history, or until the world ends, or whatever. The employment is still there. That discussion is moot. That we can make, whatever decision comes up, down the road, down the pike, down the whatever happens. So there is no need for a motion. to table.
Okay. Understood. I don't have a motion. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fisher, for your research into that matter, and we'll see further, I guess. Okay, next up, we have the future of enhanced public security services in Peace River with Mrs. Miller.
Thank you, Richard. So the request for direction before council is in regards to the future of the enhanced public security services. So during the November 25th council meeting, the administration presented the report on the 3-month pilot. That's what we heard results. The project, as presented, is financially unsustainable, but it did provide some great insight to administration. So as found in the, in the what we heard report, there's a need and a desire for enhanced public security. But the residents of the community don't want to pay any increased taxes. And actually were in favor of enhanced security, but wanted council to address it in different means, primarily through a CPO program in-house CPO program. Similarly, I see we received a letter recently, was included in council's communication package on Friday from Minister Ellis, who has also suggested to council that we enhance and increase our CPO program to address our security needs. Since the pilot project concluded, social disorder and public nuisance has remained low. We did have an encampment that was identified last week. And we had bylaw and RCMP addressed it immediately, and it was taken down and dismantled over the weekend. We also noticed that since council spoke to Minister Ellis at AM conference, and it was brought to his attention that Sagatow wasn't picking up the remand inmates that were being released from the jail. That process was also brought to their attention, and that has changed, where they are now picking up remanded inmates from the jail and bring them straight to the Sagatow shelter if they're not taking them home immediately. So that has made a notable difference of unsheltered persons from the PRCC roaming the streets. So now we're at a point, the tax supported budget that was being brought before you does not include any provisions for contracted enhanced public security. So administration is seeking council's direction now. 3 alternatives that we could see before you. So council could direct administration to proceed with the public bid. Again, as mentioned in the administration report, should council choose to move forward with a contracted enhanced public safety, we would have to put that out for public offering. So council could direct administration to move forward with a public offering for security services. Considerations that would need to be made were levels of service that would be desired, how such service would be funded, whether it's through increases to taxes, transfer from reserves, increased business licenses, or a combination of things. And this decision doesn't align with the feedback received from the public survey and what we heard report or recommendations from Mr. Ellis. Council could also direct that enhanced in-house service be added to our organizational structure by adding additional CPO and bylaw positions. Considerations there would be how many are to be added, how many to fund but how would we fund additional positions? How would these positions, would they be term or permanent? And this option aligns much more closely with the results on what we heard report. And finally, leave the public security services status quo, being 1.5 CPOs, one being the half being the director. We have a temporary bylaw position, and we have a half an FTE of a RCMP liaison officer. Administration, we're again in negotiations on an offer for the director. Temporary bylaw position has been extended to the end of April, and he has been making some amazing strides on assisting with the encampment, but also cleaning up a lot of weeds, snow removals will go into an unsightlies. This option, if budget is supported, this option, it aligns more closely with the results and what we heard. Alternate options could be forward once the director is in play and is able to come up with a working model that could be presented to council in 4 to 6 months to be able to consider a more solid program moving forward. And council could also currently redirect the half FTE RCMP community liaison officer right now. We fully fund that position along with, the county. And it's not at the 70% rate like the other officers are, so we do have the ability to, give specific direction. And council could also seek, Northern Sunrise County's, take their half, see if they'd be willing to relinquish that half position till we were able to get our program up and running. So I guess that's it. I'm just looking for direction on which way we would like to proceed. Any permanent changes to the RCMP is another consideration that could be made to add or delete officers, but there is a 1 year, typically it's a 1 year from their fiscal year end, which is March 31st.
Thank you. Any questions for clarity at this point? Councillor Ford.
And just a couple of questions. So do we have any ideas on different scenarios? If we do 12 hours a day, 8 hours a day versus 2 24/7, do we have any of those numbers or anything from any providers?
We have different scenarios from Apex, yes.
Any other? Councillor Carr?
You had mentioned something about Northern Sunrise giving up their portion of that position now.
Council could ask.
Yeah, what exactly would that involve? That would mean then he would be in Peace River all the time? Is he presently patrolling Northern Sunrise as well, or what exactly does he do there? Because he's the community liaison, he's in the schools and that sort of thing, is he not? So what exactly would that be?
That's my understanding, is he works largely with the schools. But he could be seconded from that, because even our half time, we could simply say, we would like that position to be patrolling downtown, doing, camp and cleanup or notifications, and we would like to not do that school liaison part until we get, or half, we could say for 3 days of the week, our half time, we would like 3 out of the 5 days of our half time directed to this type of work. And we could ask Northern Sunrise County if they would be willing to give up their half a position for a temporary period until our CPOs get up and running. If they'd be willing to do that, I'm not sure, but it's a possibility.
So what does he actually do in Northern Sunrise? Like, do they use their position for him to appear in the schools since their children go to the schools in town here? Do you know what? You don't know? Okay.
Yeah, so our community liaison officer, basically he does a lot of work with kids in the schools, all the schools here, Grimshaw, out of Scott Lake. Does a lot of those programs. He just finished doing a whole bunch of programming with some special events people from the CFL. It was on social media. He just finished doing that at the one of the Grimshaw schools. Other than that, he still responds to any RCMP call, whether it's within the town limits or outside of the town limits, because it is a regional detachment. So I'm not sure if that answers all of your questions.
So if he's a community liaison, and I'm glad he's doing all that, funded by Peace River and Northern Sunrise, why would he be going to Grimshaw?
Good question.
Part of his work with the schools, because he is a regional detachment.
Okay.
So if I'm correct, like Peace River School Division. So he does work, like he does, the majority of his work is in the schools here. But like he did some, there was a report that it was in our RCMP advisory meeting minutes. He did a function in Grimshaw at one of the schools. Now, whether it was during school hours or not, but he's the one that did all the arrangements for those presentations at the schools.
But by rights, he is funded by Northern Sunrise and Town of Peace River to be school liaison supposedly with the schools in Northern Sunrise and Town of Peace River.
But he does traffic in town too.
Yeah, he does a
Yeah.
great job.
So anyways, that's that question. Mrs. Miller.
No, I was just gonna say, I do have that question down to have posed to Staff Sergeant Lacy when I see her next.
Counselor Good?
Well, kind of a bottom line question here is, in the absence of the, in the absence, not gonna word it that way. What's being done right now by the RCMP or by whoever we have on staff to handle security concerns in the town of Peace River and to a large extent to the downtown of Peace River? Absent volunteer activities. Because I'm not sure that it makes, that you want to have everything relying on neighborhood watch and volunteers, because you know, we have volunteers that are going and cleaning up some of the cabins, and I really like that. I appreciate the fact that they're doing that. But again, one of the results we had of the information we were given is that you clean up the encampment, you move the people from the encampment into your community, into other areas in your community where other stuff happens. So we're being successful on one end and potentially creating more hardship and problems for our businesses and our people on the other side of it. And I don't see, I don't know how much the grant was. I read the two letters from the minister saying, we're gonna give you this fund, but there's a redacted number there. There's no number that I have to go to town and say, well, we got this much money to put into our, like he said, you can put it into your CPO program, which is well and good and wonderful. But what's that gonna cost the town of Peace River? What's that gonna cost the residents of the town of Peace River? And what actual benefits on the road are we going to get? How long is that going to be? I mean, right now, we don't have an answer to most of those questions. You might have a potential answer, but
Mrs. Miller?
I'm not sure what grant you're talking about, but I feel it's a grant that we already received for about 364,000 that goes towards our policing costs. So that's factored into our budget. It's nothing new. So if there's something else.
it was in the
it's-
last communications package.
Yeah, it's probably that policing grant that we just get that annually, put it towards our RCMP costs. It's
Right,
nothing
and it
new.
goes to our RCMP cost, so it
So-
doesn't necessarily get us anything new or any
No.
increased coverage, and that's what I'm talking about.
So it's 2.6 million is our, say, our policing costs minus the 360,000 of this grant arrives at 2.2-ish for total policing costs.
So it's only 2.2 million.
Yes.
I say that with disdain. But we're not getting any increased services, and we're not getting anything more than we had, and we have increased needs. There's a disconnect here.
So that's why, in part, the minister is saying, Town of Peace River, apply for that $30,000 policing question grant. And then when we get the results of that and the minister looks at it, he could say,
Well, that's for the
Whatever.
policing survey.
wow, that's what's there. So to me, there seems to be one major question. Are we wanting in-house or wanting out-of-house service? And in-house, we have a director of protective services that is, my understanding, being hired. Mrs. Miller, that's the way.
Yes.
And we have a bylaw person that is working now until April of 2025, right? And is there anything else in that line of thought that I should think about in terms of positions being hired and so on? Our budget, for instance.
Budget. includes one full-time CPO officer, so the director will be working to engage that person right away.
Thank you. Councillor Boychuk.
Don't quote me on this 100%. The last time I was talking to our detachment commander, there is a request in for 7 more officers. Is that gonna impact our budget as these arrive?
Mrs. Miller.
So the 7 are supposed to be 2 per year for the next 4 years. And no, they're gonna be on the provincial side. So we do pay a portion of overall cost, but it'll be a percentage of that 30%.
So yes, our costs would go up a wee bit, but,
There's a service level, not if it's on the provincial side.
well, we pay, the whole provincial side gets divided up percentage wise, so there's a bit there. It's like buying extra equipment, well, the overall cost thing, so. But it's, again, it's over time. The town has been without, a CPO, service for a couple of years now, I guess. The bylaw has come and gone, and lately we've had regular bylaw service, which I think has, shown itself in terms of the service that, our residents and businesses have experienced over the last, 6 months now? Could be, but Councillor Ford, do you have a point?
Yeah, just a question, how long to get this CPO program up and running? I know you said that you're trying to hire a CPO. The last time, I think it took, over a year to try and find a proper candidate. I'm just curious of how long to hire somebody and how long to get the actual program running, to talk about the level of service that Councillor Good just spoke about.
Sorry, so we have an offer again on the table. The last one I made allowances and I allowed a lot more time for them for their starting date. I tried to accommodate and it caught me. So I'm anticipating if the offer, I'm anticipating an accepted offer. I'm anticipating that person will be starting in January. They have spoken to us about contacts that they are going to be able to bring here even on weekends to do, like currently licensed or whatever appointed CPOs who will be able to and have a willingness to come and just work shifts here to provide some additional support to that director until they can get their program up and running. We do have a few things that we have to address with the Solicitor General because we have been without a program for a couple of years. But a lot of that pre-work has been done, and it's just waiting for us to submit as soon as we get a signed offer. So I'm gonna say we would have somebody here, I'm anticipating by the end of January working, who is a licensed and appointed CPO, and then they're gonna work their darndest to get that second position filled right away.
Okay, so the other question I have is with not having a CPO hired as a vet, is there any funds that are not spent that maybe council could, if they so choose, use to do a lower level of service with an outside organization?
Funds have been overspent from 2024 because the cost of the pilot exceeded the budget. And we have no surplus funds in 2025. It would be, if it takes 2 months to hire a CPO, we would have 2 months of salary there.
Yeah, the reason why I ask is, like, even with this last encampment, we spoke about, the call came, or the report came in on Sunday, the information was given to administration on December 2nd. Fire attended that encampment on the Thursday of that week, and then the notice of evict, or a notice to vacate, was given on Friday, if I'm correct.
I think it
Was that correct?
Thursday. I think it was Wednesday the fire attended and
Oh,
Thursday
Wednesday the fire
notification
attended?
was given. And then Friday they attended again and it was all but torn down. There was, I think, one still there. Yeah,
So that was our fire department, doing that?
yeah, a member of the fire along with our bylaw and a member, Officer Sunday, our liaison officer. They went Wednesday to address the fire concern. And then bylaw and RCMP went on Thursday to give notice to vacate, and then they attended again on Friday to make sure that the notice to vacate was received and went from there.
Maybe, CAO Miller, you could speak to, I know there's some differentiation between when, a CPO can give a ticket and the follow-up, how does that happen, or what can they do? Like, in terms of ticketing and,
Well, I do know when I was talking to the most recent candidate, he's mentioned that they give tickets under Trespassing Act, so they have the authority to give tickets, and they do so under the Trespassing Act because that's a provincial act that the province then prosecutes. So we don't have any legal fees that we have to pay when we're prosecuting under our town bylaws, then we have to become the prosecutor. They said they also will always ticket and arrest when they need to, because often they get let out right away, but he said then the judge needs to see that there's been 6 or 7 arrests, so unfortunately, you have to go through the process, but he said that's what then finally makes the judge say, if 5 or 6 trespassing tickets here, we need to deal with it.
build up a history, sort of.
Mhm. They can also obviously do any kind of tickets, right? Traffic tickets, weight enforcement, to do ticket generation or revenue generation as well.
So, option 1 here, provision of a private public security services, can they do that?
No. No, so private security cannot act as CPOs for the municipality. CPO must be employed by the municipality. And they could do some bylaw services, but I understand we would have to appoint them as a bylaw officer, and they can't work in conjunction with their security officer. They have to be doing bylaw, but we already have a bylaw officer that we can. It goes without saying that a municipality can engage a bylaw officer or a security, a CPO for less money than a for-profit organization. It just goes without saying, right?
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
I know there are some communities that run the peace officer program and they actually have their peace officers do the prosecuting when it goes to court as well.
Yes.
Would we be looking at that?
Yes, the candidate that I'm in discussions with right now, they serve as the prosecutor for all the bylaw prosecutions, but they do ticket under provincial whenever they can. So they said they always do trespassing because then it's the provincial prosecutors.
Assuming they pursue it and don't just throw
They
it
said
out.
that's their philosophy. Where they are right now, that's their philosophy.
Okay, councillors who haven't put forth a question or view on this topic. Anything further? Councillor Boychuk, your thoughts?
Our biggest concern in our community right now is our social issues with our businesses, the amount of complaints we've received from businesses being impacted by what's going on in our downtown. I think we need to do something, and I love the fact that Apex was able to come in and at least document what is actually going on in our community, which was valuable data. And there's a lot more going on that they don't even see, and it worries me that we need to act soon on this to head it off before it even gets even worse than it is. And we're not the only community experiencing this, but we do have challenges that others don't, and we're starting to head those off and plug the holes. And I think if we continue to do that, we'll turn this around. But I'm really worried about the safety and concern of our downtown right now and what's going on in the evening a lot in our community. So I'd really like to see another bid and another option and a comparison between the, hiring our own and seeing what Apex can offer us, ASAP.
So it would be, it's my understanding that if this was to go out to public bid, depending upon the value of the contract as well, that somehow impacts.
Yes, your worship, because it will be more than 75,000, it will have to go out for public, open bid consultation process.
And timeline for that sort of thing?
I could probably get the RFP out in the first week of January, because time is short right now and we're going into the Christmas holidays. So probably the end of the first week in January, as long as things go well. 2 to 3 week posting, and then another week to analyze. I would then from there have the director involved in analyzing those. So I would say probably mid-February before we can bring something back, at the earliest.
And boots on the ground is likely to be more end of February, March sometime.
Depends on successful
Yeah.
proponent, yes.
Okay, so in-house, we might have someone beginning of January to go forth on this matter too. Councillor Shannon, your thoughts?
I agree with everything that was said. I just, the price tag on it is so much, like reading through all the comments. I would be in favor of the comparison brought forward too.
So let's just expand on this comparison. What kind of comparison? Like,
We'll see what their level of service of our CPOs is gonna offer, and if it's at the price and level that we're comfortable with to keep our community safe, like dealing with encampments, dealing with vagrancy, dealing with a lot of the social issues, and they have time for that, then that's what I'd like compared apples to apples, not a CPO writing tickets and stuff like that. We're looking at security right now is the main thing that I believe we want our officers to do, and we'd want our bylaw officer to do. We don't want to worry about lawns and sidewalks. We want to worry about encampments, about what's going on. Why are more and more businesses hiring security guards in our community? What's going on there, those kind of things. Can they help out and deal with that?
Councillor Good?
Well, almost like diversion of responsibility here. If you're gonna do a comparison, we might as well do a request for proposals. For requests for proposals for different services, so we have something to compare, because really, right now, we can compare what Apex did. And they did, in my mind, I was quite in support of that. I think we all were. Well, I don't know what all were, but I mean, we did it and it worked. And to my mind, worked well. Secondly, we don't have an idea about other potential options to measure our CPO program. And if we're hiring a person to do that, we're saying, but we're not going to enforce bylaws. I mean, we're going to put that on the bottom shelf. Well, I mean, to me, that's kind of that's like abrogating our responsibility to enforce the bylaws we have. We'll just put the bylaws to the side right now, because this is more important, and I agree with you that it is. We shouldn't have to be making that choice. That's a bad choice. That's a choice our community shouldn't have to make. Well, we're going to leave our bylaws and let them go because we want to make sure everybody's safe. I mean, I like that. It's better, but it's better to do both. And to some extent, the RCMP are supposed to be working to keep us safe. And I'm not being critical of what they are with what they're doing with their manpower. But if our community had been deemed safe, we would not have considered Apex. If our community had been deemed safe, we wouldn't be looking at these other solutions to the problem. And what we're admitting is that our community is not safe. and looking for things to do about it, well, what do we have to compare? So I think if we're gonna do a comparison, we should be putting out a request for proposals. Let people say, well, I mean, I heard about one person said, you give me this amount of money, I can do this. Well, let's see that on paper. Let's have those kind of ideas brought to us. I'm fine with that.
Counselor Carr?
My big concern here is, the direction we're going in. I was told here a week or two ago that we are number 4 in the province now for crime per capita, which is very scary, very scary. And we are headed in the direction of having crime or having gangs operating out of Peace River before much longer if we don't do something. I like the idea that we have a viable candidate. I hope he's very boots on the ground and not as much administrative as maybe some people would hope. I don't know. Because we're headed down a very slippery slope and safety is a problem. When you see businesses hiring security guards in Peace River, you know we're in bad shape and sliding. And we have a responsibility to do something with that. I'm happy to go with the CPO program because timeline more than anything, cost is also a consideration, but we need to be very concerned that we are on our way back to having gangs operating out of Peace River and this area.
Thank you. Counselor Scanlon, what do you think?
Well, the RCMP is looking at bringing in more on the provincial side, and we are bringing on our own, hopefully soon, Director of Emergency Services. I would like to have that person in rolling and have their professional assessment of the situation as well, so that looking at is option bullet point number 3 in the briefing note would be where I would lean for now.
Thank you. Any other comments? I would like to bring forth a motion for this.
How do I make that proposal?
Number 3, a wording would be,
Sorry, well, League Public Services, I guess it's status quo. I mean, really, in the end, it's status quo. If you want to recognize Ms. Parsons, she is.
Ms. Parsons.
I would suggest that a status quo motion would be to just accept the report for information. That would lead administration like just moving forward as things stand right now. Alternatively, there could be a motion to bring this matter forward in in the middle of the new year, after our program has had time to get off the ground and reassess the situation. Are two possible.
Yeah, additional budget implications and any of the measures in there, for example, measure F under number 3, that has no budget implications on a change in any amount of money spent. It's just, it would be a redeployment. So I would move that we accept the report for information.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Just a quick question with that motion, what about the RFP? To have some comparison done with the upcoming CPO, with that kind of stuff that Councillor Boychuk was talking about and Councillor Good.
The motion on the floor to accept as information does not contemplate doing that.
That would be something in the future when the Director of Emergency Services has.
Yeah.
That would be initiated from their desk. If they,
Other comments? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to accept the provision of public services in the town report. That makes sense, Ms. Parsons? Better wording?
Move that council accept the enhanced public security services report for information.
Thank you. Any further questions, clarification on that motion? Okay, then. Everybody's clear on the motion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? It is carried. Thank you, Mrs. Miller. Okay, next is the amendment to the out of scope vacation policy with Mr. Mumford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So our issue is proposed change to the vacation credits accrual rate in the vacation policy for out of scope employees. The town of Peace River provides out of scope employees with a progressive vacation credits accrual schedule. The schedule was last updated in 2009. During the 2023 union negotiations with QP Local 898, unionized employees were provided and increased their vacation accrual schedule, seeing the amount of days accrued increase earlier in their service. Administration recommends the vacation policy for out-of-scope employees be updated to match the accrual schedule for unionized employees, and for that change to be effective January 1, 2025. So effectively, rather than it being 7 years of service at 15 days, it's now after 6, and again, everything kind of scales down from there. Additionally, there is a new 35 calendar year, for the 30 calendar day per year for employees that exceed 26 years. So options before council are to adopt the updated vacation policy for out-of-scope employees effective January 1. Advantages are equal benefits among all work groups within the town organization, and it maintains a modern and attractive vacation schedule. Disadvantage is impact to operations, and the financial implications are generally nominal, but again, every week of vacation equates to 2% increase in salary. So, you know, there will be an extra cost in terms of, you know, staff eventually, after having more than 6 years service, having additional time off. Option 2 would be to decline to adopt the updated vacation policy. And the recommendation from administration is that council adopt the updated vacation policy for out-of-scope employees effective January 1, 2025. Just one other comment on this, because we analyzed this a fair bit as part of the union negotiation. Our schedule is, I'd say in general, is behind where a lot of organizations are in terms of the speed in which you achieve those additional weeks of vacation. And also the trend over time has been that employees have been staying with their employers for less lengths of time. So that's kind of been a trend over the past couple of decades where in the past, I think my grandfather worked for the same employer for 42 years. My generation bounce around a fair bit more frequently. So overall, the risk to the organization of employees being in the 25 plus year category, it's lesser. Thank you.
Hey, no sarcastic comments allowed on that one. Okay, so you obviously, as you said, have checked around, and this seems to be about where other municipalities are in their lines of thought on vacation pay and vacation time.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'd say that we're kind of moving in that direction. Our policy hasn't been updated since 2009, so, you know, there's a fair bit of time.
Yeah. So councilors, any questions at this point? Someone like to put forth a motion? Councillor Good?
I'll move the council adopt the updated vacation policy for out-of-scope employees effective January 1st, 2025.
Thank you. Any further clarification? Everyone understand the motion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? It is carried. Okay, I think we're gonna take a 5-minute break at this point in time and then come back for the rest of our meetings, and we'll be back. Ready for Mr. Mugford and the hopeful approval of the 2025 utility supported operating budget.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have before you the adoption of the 2025 utility supported operating budget. So during meetings held on November 4th and 25th, council debated the 2025 utility supported operating budget and received input from administration and the public as to its contents. Council's recommended changes have been captured in the current version. So total revenue and expenses are $8,648,890, and included in expenses is $2,420,000 in amortization expense and a transfer to capital reserve of $570,440. So again, the MG technically requires that we show a balanced budget, and by showing our full amortization cost and not fully funding it, we need to show our transfer to and from reserves to create that balance. So on the utility side, it's a transfer to reserves. So effectively, there's a surplus in our utility funds that's then going to pay for capital in the future. So the options before council are to adopt the 2025 utility support operating budget, which would allow the town to execute on its operational plan for 2025 and complies with section 242 of the MGA. It would achieve council's goal of completion of the operating budget prior to December 4th, and it aligns with council's goal of achieving cost recovery for utility service and user pay and all that. So it's moving in that direction. The disadvantage is increased utility costs for users. Option 2 would be council may choose to not support the budget and instead pass an interim utility operating budget, which would allow us to continue to operate until June 30th of 2025 based on 50% of the budget. So the recommendation from administration is that council adopt the 2025 utility supporting operating budget as presented and attached tier 2 forming part of these minutes. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Well, we've had lots of discussion on these matters, so council, further clarification, discussion points.
Motion.
Take a motion here.
I'll move the council adopt the 2025 utility supported operating budget as presented and attached here to forming part of these minutes.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, everyone is clear on what the motion is. So all of those in favor of the motion? Opposed? It is carried. Thank you, Mr. Munford, you and your staff for all the work that went into that one. And now how about the approval of the 2025 tax supported operating budget?
I think we put capital prior to.
It's a very 2 lines high, it's hard to.
Okay, so 2025 capital, it is very similar to what we presented previously. Council reviewed and received input from the administration and the public as the contents of the 2025 capital budget. It was last brought before council on the 25th of November. And the following changes have been made since that version. So we removed the wood chipper, so that was $71,000 that was removed. With the idea that if it's something that administration feels is a need for next year, we'll bring back a business case during the year and propose it then. There's also options to rent that equipment as well. We included an additional $15,000 for IT evergreening, and that is funded through tax supported capital reserves. And again, that's just with the knowledge that we know that there's a larger than average number of computers that we're going to need to swap out this year. We've also included an e-bikes project for $12,000, and that's to be funded through the tax supported capital reserve. And additionally, we included $85,000 within the water fund, and that's for some small capital items that we've identified as part of the budget process. And as previously noted, we'd reduced the proposed budget, the one we brought back on the 25th, by $180,000 for the pool small capital, and a further $150,000 reduction for trail funding. So the total capital expenditure budget for 2025 is $7,522,000, and it's funded through tax supported reserves of $1,127,000. Utility supported reserves are $85,000. LGFF is $1,505,000. Other provincial grants of $1,080,000. CCBF of $625,000. Local improvement levy of $180,000. Tax supported debt financing of $1 million and utility supported debt financing of $1,920,000. So excluded from these totals are carry forward amounts that we previously identified as part of the 2024 capital budget. So basically things that were approved by council's 2024's budget and not spent. So those that will, we anticipate spending those funds as well in the 2025 year. So the option before council are to adopt the 2025 capital budget. This will allow us to execute on our plan for 2025 and complies with section 245 of the MGA. And by getting this done on time, it allows us the opportunity to tender earlier, which could result in better pricing. Option 2 would be council may choose to not support the capital budget, which there's no advantages and without the disadvantages without approval. We're not compliant with MGA section 245. The financial implications will be in reserves and grant funding allocations as part of the 2025 budget. So option 3 would be council to approve a budget as amended, which again would comply with section 245. We don't know what the disadvantages or financial implications of that would be. The recommendation from administration is that council adopt the 2025 capital budget as presented and attached to your 2 forming part of these minutes. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Councilors? Questions? Again, a topic that we have looked at several times. Mr. Carr.
I'm just wondering how you came up with the number and this, it seems higher than it was before, $12,000 for the e-bikes. That seems pretty high. I spoke to the guy from the bike shop and I said, what would a good e-bike cost? He said $2,500. So how that's from Noel.
I know.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, how's the $12,000? Where does that come from?
So the initial budget in the operating budget was for 6,000.
Yeah.
And we were initially anticipating that would be for 2 bikes. And then upon further research, we saw that the higher end, heavy usage type bikes are going to be more expensive. So that's where the 12,000 figure came from.
Well, just your bike for once in a while, a couple days a week, bumming around town, but we're talking, these are going to get used every day, so it's a much different level of quality required.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, any further questions? Would someone like to put forth a motion on this matter?
I'll move that council adopt the 2025 capital budget as presented and attach your 2 forming parties minutes.
Thank you. Any further clarification? Everyone understands the motion? All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? It is carried. Thank you again, Mr. Mumford. Okay, now maybe the next one here, which is, where am I? Capital. Okay, 2025 tax supported budget.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The issues the adoption of the 2025 tax supported operating budget meetings were held November 4th, 25th, and December 2nd. Where council debated the 2025 tax supported operating budget, received input from the administration and the public. Council's recommended changes have been captured in the current version. Total revenue and expenses in this budget are $24,502,380. Included in expenses is $3,926,450 in amortization expense and a transfer from capital reserves of $3,365,920. Other capital revenues are not included in this budget. So again, as part of the budget process to make it into a balanced budget, we are budgeting $3,365,000 from capital reserves. With the knowledge that as you just approved as part of the capital budget, there's several grant sources that will be recognizing as revenue as we earn them. So as we spend money on eligible capital projects, we're able to recognize that grant revenue. We had some discussion around, are we to a point yet where we can accurately budget our capital revenue number? Because really that's part of this equation, right? It's saying we anticipate that a certain amount of capital revenue is going to be coming in, which would close that gap. But for the time being, we're showing it as a transfer from capital reserves with the knowledge that, there's going to be more than a couple $2 million going back in there as capital grant as we recognize the LGFF, the gas tax and the other provincial grant that we have as part of the budget. So guiding principles in the preparation of the budget are to keep tax rates competitive, mitigate negative future budget changes, maintain existing service level standards, and include funding for the current year capital plan. Options before council are to adopt the 2025 operating tax supported budget. So again, this will allow us to execute our operational plan, complies with section 242 of the MGA. And the Chiefs Council goal is completing the operating budget prior to the end of the year. Option 2 would be to not support this budget and instead pass an interim operating budget at 50% of the 2024 operating budget. So that would allow for additional time to consider and debate the operating budget. But again, it's at some point it would need to be approved or would not be in compliance with the MGA. Further to some of the discussion this evening, we've already identified that there's an anticipation through MMSA that there'll be an additional cost. So that has not been factored into these figures. So if that is something that council wanted to consider, then we need to add that in as both an expense item. The figure that was cited was 135,000 thereabouts. 136,000. Again, without having any confirmation from them, we really don't know what that number would be. That's what they had initially presented, but it hasn't been confirmed. But we would also have to balance that equation and either increase revenue or decrease expenses elsewhere to fund that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
I'd be willing to put a motion on the floor if we could. I move the council may choose not to support the budget as presented and instead pass an interim operating budget to allow operations to continue until June 30th, 2025, based on 50% of the 2024 operating budget. Just based on what you had just said.
Thank you. Does this have any implication with respect to tenders?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, it would. Any new operating additions will not proceed until after that June date.
When could I change the date until after we've heard from MMSA? Could I change that?
Well, so admin.
That would be a question for Sam.
Yeah.
It's not in this 24 budget, so it doesn't exist.
So just some clarification. So an example to Councillor Carr's question, the funding for riverbank assessment, that wasn't part of the 2024 budget. And so there's nothing for me to take 50% of going into 2025. So items like that, things that weren't previously considered as part of the 2024 budget wouldn't be included based on the language of that motion.
Well, then could we change, as I say, could we change the date and go with once we have heard from MMSA? Instead of going with June, go with once we've heard whether we need to move forward with that?
Councillor Good.
A question I have is if we approve the operating budget as it is, the one we're dealing with right now, is the capital budget, right? No,
This is operating.
the operating, if we approve the operating budget as it is, and MFSA says yes, and we decide to go down some different path, all that would do is nothing would change as far as our requisition. Requisition is still gonna be 2% based on this, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then all it would do is generate a surplus for that amount of money, am I correct on that?
Well, it'll be a deficit.
Depending on what occurred, it could generate a surplus.
Well,
There's nothing going to increase based on necessarily on MMSA being on here or there, depending.
So as it sits right now, MMSA, those funds they're not allocated anywhere in this budget. If council was to then move in that direction, we would, and we approve a budget with a municipal requisition of 2% increase over prior year. At that time, we would, council could still proceed with MMSA, we just have to fund it through a different source. So we wouldn't be able to then go back and say, we're gonna get another 1.1% on the municipal requisition, we'd have to fund it, similar to what was done with Apex, where it gets funded out of a tax supported operating reserve. And then, or some other source, and then that difference would have to be made up later.
I just don't see the benefit of delaying the decision. That's what I'm not saying. I don't see where it's gonna hurt us to pass it today. Because we'll fund it out of other sources later or whatever.
I guess from administration's perspective, our preference is to get it done, because then it gives us surety in terms of what we have to spend next year, and we can plan accordingly and get action on those new initiatives. But it's also better if council's fairly confident that's the direction you're moving in, to fund it as well. So the way to do that is by bumping up that municipal requisition. And in the event that you don't proceed with MMSA, then those dollars would go into surplus. Right, they would ultimately get transferred to reserve, which, on the tax supported side, it would just reduce the amount that's being transferred from capital reserve. So it's,
Okay,
that
so,
wouldn't be a terrible outcome from administration's perspective. If those dollars, if we collected them and they didn't spend them, we would just take less out of our capital reserve effectively.
okay, so am I hearing correctly then? We could pass this budget as is. We could pass it with the 3% increase built in there to account for a possible joining of MMSA. Or we could just say, if it comes to MMSA, we'll take it out of reserves, and sooner or later in the future, those reserves will be replenished. Is that what we're all saying?
Effectively, yeah. I mean, it would be approximately 3.1% increase in the municipal requisition. And we budget 135,000 on the expense side as well to keep a balanced budget. Or the other option would be to stay at the 2% level, and then you'd have to fund it through a different source. And if it was through operating reserves, then you're passing that cost on to the future ratepayer.
So, and I'm not quite at this point of the discussion thinking that we should be taking more money out of reserves for this sort of thing, but there.
Another thing that I would like to have discussed is the GIS position, because if we are accepted as a member of MMSA, they provide that service. And I don't see a lot of point in having redundant services.
Or it should be closed session.
Yes. And, yeah, you're getting into personnel issues, and that's where that should lie.
I'll make a motion to move into closed.
Okay,
I think we already have a motion on the floor.
Oh, okay.
oh, yes, we do.
You can't rescind it.
I just went back because I was in house, I just went off to GIS, but this here was already public, and it's a position.
Yeah, so anyways, personnel and changes in personnel should be closed.
Yeah.
So the motion on the floor is to pass the interim budget as of June 30th. And then I'm not quite sure if the motion got slightly changed to pass the interim budget until a decision on MMSA came forth. Which motion do we have, Ms. Parsons?
At this point, I have that council pass an interim operating budget to allow operations to continue until June 30, 2025, based on 50% of the 2024 operating budget. 100% clear if a change was going to be made.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm not quite sure how we can. Can we just table that motion until we go into close and come out again? Okay, so somebody gets to table that motion.
I'll table it. Unless the mover rescinds the motion.
No. Okay, Counselor Shannon is tabling the motion, and tabling I don't think we vote on. Okay, so who wants to move us into closed?
Counselor Good already did.
I'll make the motion again. I'll move us into closed session.
At 7:59. Into closed. Okay, we're in closed.
Oh, should we call Stuart back?
He's still here. My God, that was a, we should have let the man go.
I didn't think about it. I'll just tell him to just go.
We are live. Okay, we're live here again at 9:40 something. We have one motion that I understand might be withdrawn at this point.
A motion to withdraw?
So who would make a motion to withdraw?
I would have to, since it was my motion.
Well, it's owned by all of us at this point, but Brad moves to withdraw his motion that was to move that the interim operating budget for June 30th, 2025 be passed at 50%. So he's withdrawing that motion. And withdrawal motion, we don't vote on it, I don't think. It's just done deal
I would go.
on a table. A motion to withdraw. Okay, we're voting on whether the motion can be withdrawn. All in favor? It is carried. Motion two, we have another motion come. Mr. Good.
I would make the motion that we maintain, and correct me if my wording is wrong, maintain the 2024 organizational structure. Is that the proper terminology?
Yes. Okay. Are we clear on the meaning of that one? Everybody's clear on the
Just to
motion?
clarify, maintain for the 2025 fiscal year.
Yes. You want me to put that?
Yes.
For the 2025 fiscal year.
Thank you. Okay, maintaining the 2024 organizational structure for the 2025 fiscal year.
I would like this recorded vote.
Recorded vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed?
Yep.
You have to vote.
Oh, I'm opposed, I'm sorry, I'm sorry,
Thank you.
but you're asking if I was in favor.
Sorry. Okay, did you get?
2 and 5 was.
Yes,
I just want to make sure with the recorded votes, right?
yes. Mr. Any further motions?
I can withdraw this if it's not clear. A motion to proceed on the application as discussed in camera.
Do we,
Is that a good thing to have as a motion or just let it go?
It doesn't really help me. I don't know what the direction is. I'm sorry.
we might need to go in closed in order to come with this direction.
So much said, I don't know what that means.
She doesn't know the conditions under which it should proceed.
Do you know what that means?
And how, go ahead, Caleb, what are you recommending?
Like, I'm just like the conditions on the application, is that what?
Yes,
I think so.
as discussed in cameras would cover
That would, I just, our understanding, I think.
it. We should go back into
We need to
camera.
be clear.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll move, go to
I
camera.
thought we were drawing.
Good moves us in camera at 9:45.
All those in favor of going to camera.
All those in favor? It is carried.
Hold on.
Okay, we're live again. Okay. The Deputy Mayor,
I'd like to place a motion to rescind, reconsider the application to, MMSA.
so somebody, in admin, help me out here. If, people vote approval, that means
It's like it never happened.
it never happened. If they are opposed, that means they still want it to happen.
I'm just think this out to make sure. I think that's right.
So in essence, we're trying to rescind this, yes? So the motion to rescind the motion.
Well,
Um,
Motion to reconsider.
so we're doing a motion to reconsider, then we would bring that other motion back on the table and you would vote again.
So you want to put a yes to this.
So if you want to reconsider it, you would vote yes to this, then we'll bring that motion back on the table and you'll vote again.
So,
questions? Yes.
so with that being, oh, yes, I should have used my mic. With that being said, will we go back to the original report and read the recommended motion to defeat? Or is that?
No, it's just the one application, because we've kind of dealt with the second half by
Okay.
passing the old one.
We aren't voting.
Okay, so, Deputy Mayor Wojciech has brought forth a motion to reconsider the, motion, with respect to the application, applying to MMSA for membership. That wording,
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Wojciech moved to reconsider, motion, 2412, and I have to fill in the number. Which was that council direct administration to apply for membership with MMSA prior to December 13, 2024.
thank you. Any discussion on, or do we, on this kind of thing, is there a debate or not? No?
And I think you can.
Okay, any comments? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to reconsider the 2024-12 motion applying to MMSA for membership. Everybody seem clear on that one? All those in favor? Okay, all opposed? Okay, it is carried. Now we have the motion that Ms. Parsons will read to us. That's the application.
So motion 2412-419. Move that council direct administration to apply for membership with MMSA prior to December 13, 2024. Councilor Shannon.
Thank you. Any discussion on this motion? Okay, so can you please read the motion to us again, just to make sure?
Councilor Shannon moved that council direct administration to apply for membership with MMSA prior to December 13, 2024.
Okay, and I'll get a recorded vote on this as well. So all of those in favor of the motion?
If you want to apply.
You want to apply? Yes, indeed. Opposed? Okay, thank you. It is defeated. Okay, I think we are now back at the agenda. And what have we done with the tax supported budget? Have we passed that motion?
Just waiting council's approval, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Would someone like to put forth a motion?
Thank you, Your Worship. I put a motion on the floor of the council to adopt the 2025 tax supported operating budget as presented and attached here to forming part of these minutes.
Thank you. Any discussion, clarification on that motion? All those in favor of the motion? It is carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mumford.
Thank you.
Okay, we're in section 9 of the agenda, reports. We have attendance reports from myself. Then we have the community services draft meeting minutes, Councillor Scammahorn, and we have the RCMP Community Advisory minutes, also draft from Councillor Ford. I was going to mention in the community services one, it looks like 2 of the motions are repeated. On page 306, it's motion 11-67 and 11-69 look like they're the same thing, but that's for that group to figure out. Mr. Scammahorn, anything further on community services you want to bring up?
The biggest thing that sort of came up was just with the World Jet Boat Championship being in town and River Days kind of following that and Canada Day immediately following that, kind of the biggest thing that we were trying to figure out as a group was sort of what the town will do for Canada Day, kind of that people will be in like celebration refractory period after all the other kind of big things. So it won't be the same as other years for sure, but something will happen. Just everyone will be all riverfront parked out by then.
And the jet boat races are
It's the Worlds this time, right?
the last week of June sometime,
They're
aren't
Tuesday, Wednesday,
Yeah,
23rd,
it's-
24th.
Schedule's a little different because of the world-class situation, and so it's kind of, you get what you get. When they're coming to town, it's gonna happen.
And depending on what happens with, North, they might have both the Worlds and so they might have a full week, depending on what happens with, Haver.
Yeah, it's been a little.
Okay, Councillor Ford, the advisory committee.
Yeah, just, Constable Arthur Sunday, we gave an update, with our ACCPA conference. Constable Sunday is now secured as a keynote speaker opening on day 1. And, the other thing we have with that conference is a gentleman by the name of Kristen Stenner, who's been secured. He is a National Geographic author and explorer, and he is a special, it's big news for our group. He is a specialist in crime prevention when it comes to oil field and copper theft. So it's a first time keynote speaker presentation on crime coming from oil field. So spread the word.
Councillor Good?
Just to make I mean, I question a lot about RCMP, but I want to make a comment positively about the RCMP. And I was pulled over by one of the members. And I've been pulled over a few times in my life, but I have never been treated as well. I've never had a person be as clear. I've never had somebody be as polite. It was actually an enjoyable situation where a person was very, very direct on what they wanted and very polite and professional the whole way through. And I don't remember the officer's name, but somebody here will probably he'll be able to figure it out himself, but kudos for doing something really, really professionally. People complain all the time. When somebody does something good, you mention it too. So.
Yes, and before I forget, because of the rule changes, the normal Christmas candy cane check stop will no longer be happening. Simply because if you pull somebody over, you have to do now have to do mandatory breathalyzer. So that program is now not happening.
Okay, anything further on the reports? Councilor Wojciech, or Deputy Mayor Wojciech?
Just a question for Warren, with this new police commissioning thing, is this gonna affect your group at all?
So for those that might not have read the material, CAO Miller, can you speak to what's happening a little bit? Not?
I don't know a lot. I know that there'll be some training coming up that will explain more, but we're gonna have to belong to an advisory board. I'm just a little confused if it's members regional. That's what I'm trying to understand. So sorry, but a new board, but our board may satisfy, but there would be, if it does, it'd be a whole bunch of new reappointments, because nothing's necessarily appointed by council.
Yeah. And it might have different responsibilities
Yeah.
too.
I think in early February, there's gonna be some training and I'll be able to come back, or in an information session, I'll be able to come back with more details.
Thank you. Any other questions on the reports? Someone like to move the council accept reports 9.1 through 9.3 for information? Councillor Shannon so moves. All those in favor? It was carried. Information items, the November 29th package, there is a letter in there of support from Peace River to the Northern Lakes College Business Management Studies Diploma Program application. So they're applying to be able to do that program. There is an interesting letter in there on that the town sent to Premier Smith and also the AM president about the impact of the grants in lieu of taxes. Over the last 5 years, the town would have missed out in $566,000 of revenue that the province would not have paid or did not pay. That was to 2023, so it does not include the 2024 ones yet. Okay, and other than that, I know that December 11th, there's a Christmas open house at Northern Sunrise. Anybody else have anything on the communication section? Okay, also, after that, there were some minutes of, draft minutes of the GMP meeting of December 2nd. So maybe someone would like to move the council accept items 9.1 or 10.1 and 10.2 for information.
So moved.
Councillor Scannell, all those in favor? It is carried. Notices the motion, do we have any? No. Comments from the public? You know, key communication items?
SPCA. Oh, the SPCA.
SPCA budgets,
Public safety report.
public safety report. Anything else? Okay, thank all who came to the December 5th council open house. It was a turnout that was many times greater than last year, so that was great. Food was good as well. Okay, now we're going into closed session.
Yeah.
Who would,
That's a record 3 times in one night.
who would move us into closed session?
Okay.
Mr. Ford moves us into closed at 10:03.